Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Wade? How are you, sir? You look different.
I'm great. Don't mind the sub notification.
oh, look at that. 53 months. Look at that. Aw, you're a mess.
Could use your green screen thing to like make it look like you're in your main office.
Yeah, I don't know where the green screen is right now.
Just use the digital one.
This is a new computer, a new microphone, a new Go XLR, new office, same other stuff, and we literally built the desk at 6:45 Eastern, which was an hour and 30 minutes ago. Then I had to take the U-Haul back, come back, boot up computer while JP and Dana set up the entire office to have lights and stuff. And well, we're here, kind of. But I'm telling you, it was almost a phone stream. And I'm really echoey. There is no soundproofing anywhere in this office right now.
I was going to say you're like in a cave.
Yeah, there is no soundproofing.
I mean, that's cool. That doesn't matter.
It does.
I mean, it's literally Dungeons and Dragons. It's not like you're doing one of your... I mean, I think everybody else should have their green screen up and they should put up the background. Even Rena, don't even get a green screen. Just like do the ghetto green screen of that Discord has. And nobody sent the image to Wade. Nobody sent the image to Wade, so he doesn't
We
have
had to disassemble this desk. It has been a day, and everything has been like, we barely got it there. But we're here. And nothing is exactly to my liking as far as the setup goes. Like, my monitors are wrong, my desk height is wrong, my chair is wrong. But I'm just going to have to deal. And looking at all of you in my old office space that I was laying on the floor of today, eating my own hair that's fallen out over the last 7 years.
Why were you eating your hair?
That just sounded fucking disgusting.
Look, my office has become a bit of a hoarder's box place, and whenever you move stuff, you find things like my entire head of hair. And I went to go put it back on, and it walked away on its own. So
you mean all of your deflated cock and
that didn't make the move.
Whoa! That's a lie. That's a bullshit lie.
I've got nothing on my desk except for this pair of scissors.
Time to send you a new one, I guess.
And this plug. And my phone. That's it.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. I feel so naked.
Well,
Not working really
well, Wade,
anyway,
we're happy that you got to your new place. That's exciting. That's very exciting news. So, congratulations. You no longer have to drive back and forth, right? Like you're officially done driving back and forth.
You guys saw nothing.
Oh, is it a desk that goes up and down? Oh, okay. I was like, what kind of sneak peek cam is this? It literally looks like a sneak peek cam.
Why didn't you attach your camera to your desk?
That's exactly what I did.
The mount is next to it. We just didn't. We ran out of time.
Oh, okay.
We never decided what hype trains do, by the way. We should probably decide what hype trains do, and then we should jump into the session. And we should say, fucking welcome, Pat. I know Wade, new house, exciting, yay. Pat, what up, baby daddy? How you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah?
Doing good.
He's like, bro, I'm fucking exhausted.
No, I'm tired, yeah, but no, we've... I mean, I don't want to say we're kind of going like what through Wade is. Wade's going through like a bigger house. We're tearing apart ours at the same time. I ripped out an entire desk unit out of my old office. Not my old office, but the other office that we had that was Adler's to make a nursery. So it was like a whole like it was horribly put in. But I asked my landlord, I'm like, hey, can I rip that out so that we can fit my son's like stuff in there, like the crib and everything? He's like, yeah, have fun. I didn't know what that meant.
Oh.
It was glued to the wall. The screws were stripped. Nothing came out easy. My dad's just like, I'm just gonna break this. I'm like, can I do it? So we peacefully took it apart. There was one piece that broke apart, which kind of sucks, but we got everything out. So we've been shampooing, we've been vacuuming, we've been painting. and crazy. And that's when we're home.
Well, I am glad that you're working on that. I know you had originally intended to have, 2 more months to get that shit done?
Yeah.
So not having those 2 months can definitely be, let's just use the phrase overbearing.
I got home last week during our session. Like, I was listening to it in the car, like going back and forth, getting all the shit that we brought over to the hospital. Like, I was trying to listen to the session, but literally we were discharged from the hospital last week. So we're finally home.
Well, welcome back. It looks like you're in my old home.
Yeah, that's okay though.
Well, that's what we're doing with actually your old
here.
office. We're turning it into the nursery for manly little Milo. So,
Oh. All right, I'll send you the price for the house, Pat, and DMs.
We could lodge there.
I charge more for friends.
Okay. Dude, do you know how shitty that would be if like we were just to like pack up and move to Ohio after we got done ripping apart this fucking house and like painting and like vacuuming everything? It's like we're moving out.
It would suck. Wouldn't recommend. 0 out of 10.
You want to know the weird thing about the never mind. I'll go off on a tangent.
we're good. We can talk after the stream anyways. So,
Yeah.
we can all hang out for a little bit. All right, so let's kind of get into the session. So, because Pat doesn't know exactly what happened last session. I know you were listening, but also you were fucking busy. So just to give you a quick little recap, last session started off with you guys in that fight. You had already, the door opened up and the guy went kablow at Messy's character. Well, later on in the session, after you personally isolated, you being Strix, isolated the bad guy and had him pushed back and back, you never allowed me to use my badass abilities, and I had a few. But because of you being so in my face, I never got to use them, which is pretty cool. Just so you guys know what they were. I could charge attack. And as part of like charging and dashing, I have like advantage to grapple checks, and more or less I could have just gone full blown like WWE style on you. Would have been awesome. But either way. So because you isolated him and whooped his ass, Messy came in later on with a critical hit that did exactly how much health points he had left in damage, so like 40, and dropped the guy. And then you guys went around and swept up the room of all the other people and let one live. There's a question mark about whether or not Strix would have let the last guy live, but in short, we let one guy live. You guys ended up leaving the place. Rena pissed off the person that gave her the secondary version of the hire. You guys got screwed out of a little bit more money. You got the ship upgrades. You got half the original talk about money, which is 20K instead of the 40K. And then you left. There's a little bit of chat inside of Discord, like, why the hell does it make sense that this person would care that he was lied to? And it's like, no. Just so everybody understands, in case you're not in Discord or in case you're one of the PCs, why did the guy care that he was lied to? It wasn't that Rena's character lied to him. His ego was not that small, despite the fact that he's a Volus. He cared that he was lied to because Rena was supposed to be another layer of separation between murder and him. And instead, he had a conversation with a woman in the middle of the most populated area of a densely populated facility, and 30 minutes later, she walked out of a room of murderizing a bunch of people. So instead of having like 6 layers of disconnection between her and killing, it was like, hey, weren't you directly talking to that woman and gave money to the person that like just died? And it's like, oh, cool. That's why he's pissed. In case there were question marks. All right, moving on. Where were we? You guys did a bit of equipment stuff. Tesh did an upgrade to your character sheet, Pat. So your weapon was switched out, all that fun stuff. So you have the new gun on there that you really wanted. And here we are dropping out of hyperspace into, or not hyperspace, sorry, that's Star Wars. Dropping out of an FTL jump inside of the Atheon Nebula. Right, Greener, correct me if I'm wrong, Atheon Nebula, and I believe it's the Satu Ard system. And you were heading over to that planet that I had mentioned beforehand, who is a guy not currently on the top of my head, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. Let me actually pull that up. Anything I missed in that recap that we should go over? Are we good?
I don't remember.
I think that's pretty much it, to be honest. We didn't do
Wade
too much aside
texted
from
me. He
combat.
said we killed a guy, and we went shopping. That was the last thing Wade told me. And I was like, cool. Sounds like everyone had fun.
Yeah, lots of murder. It was really. I think the person that had the roughest time was actually Wade. Was that you? Are you the one that rolled the worst last time?
I only had one little section that was bad, but it ended up being really funny because it just made Zenestthea look like really good comparatively.
Gotcha.
I failed to reload and then I like missed a shot or something.
Gotcha. Okay. I genuinely can't find where the system was that you guys were meeting them in. It's not the end of the world. I know it's inside the Atheon cluster. Rena, I just don't remember if I gave you the name of the planet you were meeting them on.
Let me check. I can only remember like. I don't know that.
It's the Atheon cluster. I thought it was the Athena Nebula. Is it the Atheon cluster?
Yeah, the Atheon cluster. It's one of their. It's one of their. One of theirs. It may have been the Athena Nebula. I don't think it is though. Let me go to Athena Nebula. Where are
Athena
you?
Nebula, yes. No, that's it. No planet.
Oh, so it was the Athena Nebula. Okay, my apologies.
That's
That's why
what
I
it
was
says.
confused. Did I give you which system?
The Vernio system.
Okay. And then give me half a tick here. Okay, so and it was on one of the planets that were here. So that's enough detail for now.
Can you
So
name
as
the
you-
planets that are there? 'Cause we might remember it once you say it.
Yep, it's Polisa, what is it? Trito Ganeth.
That's the one. Yeah, I thought
try to
that was
Ganeth?
something. Oh, it's because it's a moon, not a planet.
Oh,
That's
that's
Vernio.
right. You are correct. It is Tritoganeath. Yep. All right, cool. Thank you, Wade, and thank you, Rena. So you guys are inside the, and thank you for correcting which even cluster you're in. So you're in the Athena Nebula, the Vernio system, and the Tritoganeath planet is the one that you're approaching. So as you guys are approaching the planet, as a reminder, you're down to only 3 left on your fuel systems. So literally as you're approaching the planet, and before we get into any more details, one of the things that you're going to get from them is they're straight out going to tell you, like you're going to radio over, hey, we're going in for a landing. This is such and such time. And you're going to get a message back that says something along the lines of, oh shit, what's the name of your ship? We named it literally last session. The ship they lost. So thank you for the transmission, TSTL. We noticed that you've actually arrived earlier than anticipated. We didn't expect your arrival for a few days' time. To give us a little bit of time to prepare for your landing, do you want to go ahead and swing by the fuel depot? You can go ahead and fuel up your ship, and that gives us return here, and all charges will be covered for you.
I don't see why not.
Cool. So your ship would then kind of detour away from where you were looking to plan, and this actually takes several more hours as you're leaving there and going across the way to fuel up and then head back. But this does open you guys up to a bit of RP. I don't know if there was any super important RP you needed to do after everything that happened, the fact that days have passed since that combat, you guys did all of your equipment upgrades, so on and so forth. I wasn't sure if there was any amount of extra RP you needed to do, but I wanted to open it up for you before you actually touched down on the planet in case there was some inter-party collaboration you wanted to do before we jumped into the RP this session. Especially to catch Pat up if need be.
Did we already go through what we were breaking down for this last leg of the journey?
Yes, you did all of that. Yes.
Okay, so the stuff we still have is the stuff we still have to break down. Okay.
Correct. Exactly that.
Pat,
all of the equipment has
do
been
you
caught
have a
up.
list of the mods that you chose like a month ago from the Patreon?
I have it written down.
Yeah, if you can find those, we couldn't find that last week, so we didn't know which mods you had.
And actually, to answer your question, Wade, as you guys go into this RP thing, funny enough, because the amount of time it takes to go from the planet to where it is for you to refuel your shit and come back, you could, in theory, have you and Messy. You guys would be a bit tired when you land at planet side, but not like in exhaustion levels. You guys would have enough time to do one more breakdown if you wanted to. So you're welcome to do that and get a little bit more Omnigel. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Messi, you want to break something else down?
Yeah, I got a bunch of broken guns. I'll just melt them.
Cool.
Okay,
So if you
do
actually,
one gun and that's. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. It's exactly that. If you actually look at the party scrap handout that I gave you guys, I'm going to show it to chat too. So the party scrap handout, this actually shows you how much you have of each and what they break down for. And it was just kind of meant to be a little cute little chart for you guys to keep track of. So something very simple. So Messy's going to break down one gun. You're going to break down one chest piece. That gives you a total of 9 more Omni Gel to throw inside of your tank there or whatever.
Okay. Is there a good place to keep track of that, or should I just make a note somewhere?
Keep track of what, sir?
How much Omni Gel's in the tank?
Put it on your character sheet. So let me actually open up your character sheet.
There's an Omni Gel section, but my total is set to 3. Should I change that?
Yep, do tank Omni Gel is another section. So I'm going to add this onto you right now. Tank Omni Gel. And this can hold 50, I believe.
Mhm.
So I
And then
currently
we
have
have 9 in
0
there?
in there. Yeah, you could add 9 in there. Yep.
Okay. And I've got 2 armors left.
So for
Cool.
Wade, I gave him a thing called, or the mod that I think I chose for Wade was called Hip Caddy. It gave him 2 extra grenades. For Messy, I believe I gave him a thing that increased speed. I think it's like his base speed by 6. Does that sound right, Messy?
Yep, that sounds about right. But he just couldn't put it on yet. Yep.
Okay. And then for me, I think I had something that helped with language, but basically increased my intimidation.
Helmet slot. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. And you can put that in. So Wade, if instead of breaking down those 6 Omni Gel, if you actually wanted to put that that slot onto your armor, you could have done that instead. But we can kind of talk about this afterwards. Pat, do you need help putting those modifications onto your actual skills?
Yes. I don't know
Okay,
how to do that.
I'll do that while we're talking. All right. Any RP you guys want to jump into right now? Anything you kind of want to go over at the moment, or should we jump into descriptions as you go planet side?
I feel like setting the scene would probably make more sense anyway. And then RP
Sure.
after.
Sure. Cool. So after you guys, it's relatively quiet because you did most of the chatter you needed to do after that big fight and the RP or whatever that transpired afterwards. You got your money. Everybody was a little bit pissed, but it was like, you know what, fuck it. Let's just put it behind us. That stupid fucking Volus. If I see him again, I'll shoot him in the face. But for now, let's just put it behind us and fly on. You went to the Citadel. You broke down a bunch of shit. I don't think you actually even stopped at the Citadel. You literally just refueled there, made the rest of the way here, and refueled again. And finally, you're heading back planet side. As I was saying before, in the correction of the PCs, you're inside the Athena Nebula Vernio system and going to the moon off of the planet Tritoganeth. So this is actually an Asari research station they have on the moon. It's called Tritoganeth. So the as you're landing on the or Tritoganeth 1, as you're landing on that moon, one of the things you're going to notice is the moon itself has a pretty thick atmosphere. Whoever is, I think it's Rena. Roll me a science check real quick.
Oh, that was so close. That 19.
Like right on the 19, I know.
Yeah, sorry. So, as you guys are landing, one of the things you notice that the atmosphere is actually set very comfortably, very comfortable with its thickness, very comfortable with its overall like pressure and temperatures and so on. But it is also important to note that this atmosphere is specifically set for as similar to what is comfortable for Asari as is possible, right? So, I'm actually going to describe that for you in a second. I believe this is the basic one, and Thessia is right. Where's Thessia? Thessia. There it is. So for you guys understanding, it is about the same atmospheric pressure as Earth. We're talking almost identical and slightly heavier gravity than Earth's gravity. So comfortable for everybody to be in, to be clear. So as you guys are landing planet side, you'll notice that the moon itself is not incredibly great in size. So it's pretty obvious that this was likely terraformed to be this way. But as you're landing here and going, you notice that there's a lot of plant life that happens to exist here, a considerable amount of it. When you eventually go over to where the coordinates are, similar to before, where you were on that planet where you encountered the Asari beforehand, there is a massive dig site that happens to exist over here. Now, this dig site isn't as new or recent as the one that you had bumped into on that planet, 2 sessions ago. This seems as though they've probably already finished their digging. They've already established a whole bunch of buildings around. These aren't just like the quick drop makeshift buildings, what have you. These are properly established, built up. They seem like they've had a presence here for many decades, if not longer. So as you go and you land into the spaceport, you can see it's a mature spaceport that has a good number of ships around. One of the key things that is going to be picked up by most likely Wade and Rena above the other two is that a lot of the ships that happen to be here are going to be Asari military grade ships. So it is very likely that this is looked after by the Asari government and not just by people who happen to be Asari, right? So it's very likely this is looked after by the government itself. Once the ship's finally, docked and let down, you guys are welcome to walk out and you kind of like traverse beyond. I imagine you get all of your equipment and what have you. There's no reason to leave behind your armor or your guns. It's normal to have them on you. So you would armor up appropriately, you get your guns on, and you'd go walking out. As you walk out, you will have a single Asari who is, dressed comfortably. They have a typical Asari comfortable clothing, which is going to be like a gown. You can tell by, the at the side of their hip, they do have a single pistol that's there, but Asari don't usually need weapons, not if they're, trained. They can just rip you apart with their minds. So she walks over to you with like a tablet in hand, a gun at her side, and a comfortable smile on her face. And she walks up and gives a greeting. And then specifically looks at Rena's character and says, thank the goddess. This is in Asari, but it's translated, of course, for the rest of you. She says to you, Rena, thank the goddess that you've been returned home to us. I'm glad to see that you've made it, back to our own. And she just gives you a pleasant smile. Looking her over, you don't know her, so very likely she just knows of you, as opposed to any personal interactions.
Okay, cool. And we're this is just us stepping off the ship. This is just who upgrades us. Okay.
Yep, literally just saying that, and you're welcome to say whatever you want in return, and then she'll continue.
She just nod back to her and wait for her to continue.
Okay, so she continues with, I believe you attempted to land about a day ago from now. Unfortunately, as was said in the transmission, we honestly didn't anticipate your arrival for at least a week's time. But please don't be disheartened and don't think you're not welcome here. You certainly are. It just means that Alina and the captain are not fully prepared to, make counsel with you. You are welcome to stay and to relax or to find comfort on your ship, whatever is most comfortable for you. And I will have it prepared for you to meet with them. And they look down at the chart, just to be clear. They have plans to meet with you in 5 days' time. Is that fine enough for the group of you?
She nods and she says, yes, that'll be quite fine. I'm sure we can entertain ourselves until then. Could use the extra rest, not actually flying.
She smiles and nods and says, you are here as guests of Dominion, and Dominion has gone forward and put together rooms of comfort for each of you. So if you would like to if you'd like to rest your heads off of the ship, I'll gladly show you to your quarters. And even if you choose to decline the option, please come with me so I can show you where your option is, because it's paid for whether or not you choose to stay in it.
All right, lead the way.
She smiles and gives like a small head nod, and then will turn and start walking off. As she's walking off, just to describe the atmosphere here again. So because it's specifically been likely terraformed to be more like Thessia, you can notice that the ambient air around here has almost like a purple hue to it. Whatever the composition of gases are that make up the atmosphere that are here, it gives an ever so slight purple hue to the horizon, even broad daylight. So as opposed to Earth, where you look at the sky and it's blue, here when you look at the sky, it's slightly purple. Almost kind of like if you look at Rena's backdrop, how it has like a bit of a hue to it around her right now. I think it's just there's so much pink on her screen. Her camera's struggling to say, what else is there? So
Yeah, and the lights have this kind of purple tint to them too. So it's not very helpful.
fair enough,
But I
though.
like it like
Messy's
that, so
that white chair is no problem in Messy's background, and that black looked cleanly black. So I don't know. Maybe it's just you. So
I think so, yeah.
yeah.
His chair's kind of purplish though.
So anyways, she leads you on, and where she eventually brings you over to is because this is an established scientific colony that's here. So it's not just like little outpost. There's actual like a small town, if you will, that's here. She brings you over to the residential area. Residential area has a whole bunch of different almost like apartment complexes, but also small houses. She brings you to an area that would almost be made like little condos. So these condos, you can almost imagine they're little apartments that are kind of like stacked up 4 high with external entrances to each of them. You have to walk stairs, God forbid, to get in and out of the entrances. She brings you over to one of these little, again, stacked 4 high condo area that's over there. And you guys happen to be on the 3rd floor. She walks up the stairs and goes over to the thing and types in the password and then says, I'll transmit that to you shortly, as the door opens up. She walks inside and shows you about, there's a kitchen in there, living room, so on and so forth. And you notice that there are 3 bedrooms in here. As I imagine one of your characters, likely whichever one it is, goes to make note of that or raise his eyebrow or what have you, she would say, oh, yes, my apologies. I suppose it wasn't clear beforehand. She'll turn to look at Zenestthea and say, these accommodations were made for your companions. For you, the Dominion, of course, has a more appropriate housing prepared for you.
So this grand, luxurious mini apartment that they just gave us is not good enough for her. She's gonna have the nice
Apparently
big.
not.
She's going down to the mansion down the street.
Yes. So later, guys. You can visit, I guess. It's only a
Peace
few
out.
days. It's not a big deal. Don't worry.
I'm gonna go cook for everyone. Peace.
She does look at you. So after she says that to you, does anybody respond? Or is that literally what Strix says? Oh, not good enough for...
I don't think he would be that blunt about it. He would raise the question though, just like, "My, are we not good enough for everyone to share the same housing? Not that this isn't grand in its own delight."
She gives like a concerned look and shakes her head and says, I'm sorry. Looks down at the clipboard, like the tablet for a second, and looks up and says, Karruk Strix, I don't know what you mean.
I think he'll look confused back. Would I know, like, that this is kind of just the way things are, or would I be genuinely confused?
Genuinely confused. You're the newbie,
Cool.
remember?
Yeah. All right. He'll just look kind of confused back and like, kind of just start, not rudely, talking to himself, but just kind of like questioning what's going on. He's gonna go look at the dick.
Yeah. So if you don't say anything else, she just kind of like looks a little perplexed and says, "Is this not satisfactory?"
No, it's wonderful. Is the fridge fully stocked?
She actually smiles and nods and says, "Indeed, it is." And we'll go over and open up the fridge.
Immediately, just like cut him. He heads to the fridge.
Cool. So you open up the fridge. You actually see that the fridge has been segmented. You can see the fridge has been segmented in such a way that you could see there's human food on like the top shelf. There is what's it called? What the hell is he called? Drell food on like the middle shelf, and the bottom shelf, which has the other 2 shelves, much higher. So like the bottom shelf is a bunch of Krogan food in there, but it's so much bigger, and like the other shelves are tiny comparatively. So there's like just a whole bunch of Krogan food that's inside there as well.
I hate Krogan food.
Cool. So you she just again frowns when you say that, like under your breath.
No.
Says,
I would.
Oh,
I
okay.
would be overjoyed. He would just be overjoyed. You would just hear like a lot of happy little like squeaks coming from him.
Okay, cool. So he looks at the others and says, well, I hope you find the accommodations to be comfortable. And again, we weren't aware of the fact that you were going to be here as soon as you were, but I will try to have it by midday tomorrow, a sky car provided for you so you can make easy transit between here and your ship. I understand that was a devastating 10-minute walk between here and there, and I'd like to make your stay a little bit more comfortable. And then she'll give like a small smile and like a head bow and say, I will leave the four of you to it, and look to Zenestthea and say, here are the codes for the room that you're in, and if you need assistance finding the rest of your lodgings, you can feel free to reach out to me. And then like sends all the information to your Omni tool to, hand out to everybody else. And she'll turn and walk away.
I appreciate it. Thank you. As she's like leaving. Well, seems Strix has found the food, at least, so, good. I'm sorry that they have separate places. It's just typical.
Doesn't bother me. I'll probably be staying on the ship anyway.
I'm gonna get cooking. You want some of this weird human food? Is bacon and eggs, it looks like. I think they have chicken wings and a thing called a coney.
I'll eat something before I head back over there. Yeah. But none of your shit on there.
There's this weird bag that... Oh, I don't know. I'll try to decipher what it says.
You look at it and it's
It says Skyline Chili. Crazy. My translator was... I wanted to make sure I said this right.
It's better than what I was going to say.
I'm Flight Lieutenant Graff, and this is my favorite skyline on the station.
Sponsored.
Oh, Jesus.
Graff, why are you wearing your helmet still? You know you can remove your helmet. You don't have to talk through it all the time.
Oh, that better?
You're still wearing it. You're just speaking in a higher tone.
Oh, shit. I think it's stuck.
Rena, I don't think that was a yes and. I think that was a no and.
Oh.
Let's all judge Wade's improv ability.
I'm just giving him a hard time.
It's okay.
Look, flowers.
All right, moving on.
Yes, and they are on fire.
Yes, and I was trying to burn my hand for you. I know you like that.
You complete me.
So as your characters are here kind of like looking at different things to kind of like look at the different situation or what have you. In short, you were told originally that you have like a couple of weeks to get here, but you all kind of like beelined it here as quickly as possible. Sans like a day and a half to have your ship fixed up. So because you guys got here so quickly, that's where they're like, oh, we're not even ready for you. So as I suppose a reward as a DM for doing that, you do have 5 extra days of downtime that you're welcome to work on. So we can kind of like shot through that. I didn't know if there was any more, again, conversations you guys wanted to have. But while we're working through that downtime activity, which I'm sure there's a couple of things that you guys want to do, we can touch on it. While you're here, Rena, when you eventually go and find your way to your own room, it's actually the exact opposite of what people are thinking. Whereas they all have this nice, luxurious apartment that the 3 of them are sharing. Yours is more or less like a single bed hotel room with a shared shower, for different people. It's like a dorm.
And a sorry-shared shower.
We're at the Hampton.
Okay, Wade.
My camcorder.
Okay, Wade. No. They got lost in the move too. He lost it with his cock. So, oh God, that's even creepier somehow. Oh God. All right. Anyways, so where were we? So yeah, Rena, you are brain's not working. You are staying inside like a very simple, small place because it's a reminder one of the whole things that the Dominion wants to do is their religious organization that puts the strong foot forward for Asari. So obviously they're going to treat their guests like gold. They're going to treat them very well. You're not a guest, you're one of them. So you get the membership perks like Chat was talking about, except of a simple bed, simple meals and so you actually, I imagine you spend a lot of time at their apartment because they have better food there.
Don't worry, I can cook
It's
for
just so
us.
lonely over there by myself. So no point. So
Don't worry,
it's
I
fine.
got you. I can cook.
Oh, pineapple! I forgot to put that in there. I'll try to do it later on.
Is cooking a survival check?
Technically speaking, yeah. I mean,
How's your survival?
My survival's pretty good. It's a 1.
All right. Oh,
I got a
well.
4.
Graff can cook. That's good.
Is he gonna cook?
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
Oh, am
yeah,
I
sure.
cooking or are you cooking?
Whoever wants to roll. There we go.
Oh, why did I roll with
advantage? Cheater.
Fucking
You arrogant.
Tesh
Roll again.
rolling with advantage. There we go. It's pretty damn good, actually. I learned from Jamie Oliver. Did you know making lasagna is really easy? When you have those lasagna sheets, you just tear them in half and throw them in and mix them into your bowl.
Really hope that we got better than Jamie Oliver in 200 or 300 years.
You have me.
I Homemade
You
pasta
live on a
is
trash planet. your whole
really
life?
easy to make. Okay.
Anyway.
I did well.
So you guys, yeah. So
I heated up chili. That's what it was. Skyline.
So Rena, you probably would spend a good amount of time with them, and the crew kind of gets to know each other a little bit better. But also during this time, we have downtime activity again. We're going to go over that in 1 second. But I didn't know if there was anything else, like inter-party details, that you would want to work on with one another. Like, for instance, you've actually had an opportunity to get into a couple of scraps together as a group. That's awesome. You're starting to learn each other's details. But would you see your characters doing any amount of almost like sparring or practicing with each other? Are there any important conversations that your characters want to reach out and have about things that have transpired thus far? Any of those like little moments? I could totally see maybe Frait not wanting to outwardly ask somebody to spar with him. He's probably just going to quietly sit in a corner and do whatever he's doing that causes him to breathe so heavy.
I have gills, don't I? I don't breathe at all. I have no idea actually how the drill respiratory system works. I would be meditating most likely though, so you are correct.
Yeah, cool.
Graff probably also wouldn't reach out himself. He's kind of a loner.
Strix cooking the whole time.
I would just be cooking, yeah.
Oh my god, he uses up all 5-6 days food in like 2.5 days. Just because he's
2.5, bro. I would have had that all cooked the first day. I'd room service some more.
She definitely would have hung around for food for a while, but also like I don't know. I mean, I would kind of want to explore and see like the setup and see what's going on. I feel like she's kind of anxious for the meeting that she's gonna have.
Sure. Cool. So I get into a little bit of explanation for you, Rena. So as you're walking around this facility, as I said, it is an Asari-run facility, and it does seem to be sponsored by the government, and that ends up being true. So you notice that this is the people that are here are sponsored by back on Thessia. So it is the Asari government that has put forward its scientists here. It is Dominion that's kind of like overseeing the project. They're kind of working together hand in hand on this one because, they're not a separate thing. They're both just Asari, just two different groups, but they work for the betterment of. One of the things that you know that they're working on is they have some sort of archive that happens to exist here. The archive is going over all sorts of important ancient details that are pulled up from Prothean ruins that were discovered many decades ago. Those are the old dig sites that you saw from a long time ago. So inside those archives, they do like a lot of deep old research, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you also know that around orbiting this planet, there happen to be a couple of different, or Lagrange points, if you will, around the planet. They have a couple of different, not satellites, that's what I'm looking for here. Observatories, like giant telescopes for looking outwards. And apparently they're trying to do
normal sized telescopes, but giant to you. You're welcome, whoever it was.
They're like little kids ones, little made out of rubber and everything.
Did you know when Scott goes outside, he has to use a lot of bug spray? Because a couple of organized mosquitoes could take him out.
I don't know who redeemed an insult or how long ago it was, but it was there, I promise.
Cade. Okay, moving on. So, Rena, so they have several different like Lagrange points things, and you find out without getting too much detail that apparently they're all observing the same area, and there's like lots of like important peoples. You can tell based off like the outfits that they're wearing. There's a lot of matriarchs here. Again, not matrons and not what's the other word I'm looking for here? Not maidens, not matrons. There's a lot of matriarchs that happen to be here, going over some important details. And so that's the thing where, kind of comes off as a little bit strange to you. Either way, this is the kind of the details that you pick up while you're here. That's, what you notice. Wade, as for your characters, you definitely could have done some work. So you got the 9 inside the tank before. Cool. Double thumbs up. How many more chest pieces did you have left? 2. Cool. So, obviously, you would want to spend of the 5 days. You spend 2 of those days. I imagine breaking those down, getting another 12 pieces. Let's just say Messy. Right off the bat, let's just say Messy spends 1 day breaking down 1 more of the guns. So Wade, you have the total of 15 you're adding into the tank. Cool. Now let's talk about other things that you can do at this time because Messy might want to do other stuff than just break shit down. Wade, for armor, I believe you want to start building pieces of armor for the crew, right? So one of the things we talked about beforehand was, I think, working on Messy's first so that he could have a proper set of armor. I'm trying to get to where I had listed the prices here. So for you to make Messy a full set, Messy, you have no individual pieces yet, right?
No, I just have a light armor from starting.
Cool. So for you to make Messy a whole set so he could put one of those mods into him, right? For you to make that, oh, Pat, that's right. You couldn't put your other mod in yet. And I'll get to why for you in a minute. For you to make him a full set, it's going to take a chest piece. Takes 3 days alone. And then arms and legs each take 1 day. So you can start making him a set right now if you want to focus on Messy. Or you could bring your attention to Pat, who already has legs waiting for him. And you can start, because he found some, and you can start making him his chest and arms, and we'll have to talk about his head afterwards. Rena, we honestly don't care about right now. No offense, Rena.
Why not? She's the squishiest one.
Because upgrading her armor doesn't do anything unless you have mods to put into it.
Okay. We can talk it out as a crew.
Sure.
I think we can RP it out.
Cool. Then I'm going to leave these facts down so Messy and Pat pay attention. Pat, you currently need, if you want to switch off the current armor that you have, you already have a head. Cool. Your head has 1 slot in it. Cool. That 1 slot is the umbral slot. Cool. Done and done. You found legs. You need a chest and arms, or at least a chest, so you could switch your armor over. Even if you're just missing arms, that's not the end of the world. You'll be fine. Messy needs 3 pieces to move forward. Go ahead, Wade.
I'm going to be spending my time on the ship, I think, while we're here vacationing or whatever. And once we break down the last of the armors we recovered and a couple weapons or whatever, we're going to have plenty of Omni Gel to work with. And I already fashioned myself a new set of armor, and I didn't know if I can work on some better shit for y'all, too. I just didn't know who I should start with, or if y'all were even interested.
I could use a new chest piece. In payment, I can return some food.
Oh, yeah. We'll work that out.
You will accept it.
Yeah.
You have many holes.
Frait or Zenestthea, either one of you two want to talk?
I've not come on to him yet. That comes later. Remember the whole... No one else is talking.
I don't know how to follow that up. But also you just agreed that we don't want to upgrade anything for me, so I don't even know. As much as I would want to be like, yeah, I like, better armor because I keep getting fucked up, but I can't do that.
Imagine she's just sitting there eating your homemade chicken nuggets going, is this what chicken tastes like? And Graff's like,
it's pretty good.
I roll a 15 and be like, yo, those are like better than Tyson.
Mike?
Yum yum yum. Yes, Mike Tyson. These are chicken nuggets made from Mike Tyson. Yum
Preserved.
yum yum. They'll
Wait,
never
when you
know.
said human food, did you mean food for humans or food from humans?
I'll never tell.
I didn't know you were the one who made them.
Anyways, go ahead, guys.
The spaghetti tastes like human hair.
Delicacy on my planet. You know when it gets stuck in your teeth.
Graff with a sigh of relief. He's like, thank God.
Little
I'm
man,
bald."
you could also use some armor. Well, you're looking a little shambly there.
I mean, honestly, y'all could do with some better shit.
Yeah, I could deal with not getting as damaged in combat as I have been. If there is
Yeah.
anything we can do.
I mean, we can work on everybody's. Just gotta pick a place to start. We currently own the mods, right? So am I aware that we have these?
Yep. And you know that you're going to be traveling soon. So the next day that you travel, like even if you only travel for one day, you'll be able to put the mod into your legs for you. Yep.
How much Omnigel is it per set of armor? Is it different between heavy and light?
Nope, it's actually not. It's hold on. So for a chest piece, it's 10 Omnigel in 3 days. For arms and legs, they're each 1 day and each 2 Omnigel. And that's assuming you're not adding additional mod slots. If you're adding mod slots, then it becomes more. So for Messy, it's going to take 2 days and 12 Omnigel to make the legs so you can put his mod into them.
Well, we're gonna need more Omnigel to get everything sorted, but we do have some fun little things to work with. Maybe I start with one of you two then. And then whenever we're traveling, I'll try to get Zenestthea hooked up with a good set.
That works for me.
You should do the big guy.
Alright.
I would be honored.
Right, the more you can break down some of those weapons on the way, that'd be helpful to get the Omnigel, because I'm going to be burning through it.
Of course.
Alright, you want a chest piece? I just need to get your big as fuck. Alright. He'll like grab a little tape measure and it doesn't all go all the way around. I'll estimate.
My bust is.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get started on that. That's all.
Your
Where
lunch will be in shortly.
Great.
So for his chest piece that you're making, Wade, to be clear, are you just going with the basic chest piece, which is 2 mod slots, or do you want to go all fucking in and get him that 3rd mod slot, which will take you another 10, so a total of 20 Omnigel? I don't even know if you have the 20 Omnigel to spend.
I was gonna say, how much Omnigel do we have?
24.
Okay.
In my opinion, I would suggest that you just went with the 10 and just made it the basic 2 slot one and call it a day.
I think that's probably what we're gonna do for now is 2 slot armor.
Cool. That
Get
takes
everybody
the other
hooked up with at least that, and then we'll move on.
that takes the other 3 days for that to be done. So you're good to go there.
10
So
Omnigel?
Wade, 10 Omnigel, and you make him heavy armor with 2 slots in it. Cool. That's done and done. We move on from there. Pat, if are you gonna wait until you have your arms before you switch over your armor, or do you want to start switching it over now?
I mean, we're just gonna be chilling right now, right?
Yeah. But you know,
so
we're gonna be jumping
I
into
would
action
just start.
soon.
Yeah, I would start transitioning. You
Cool.
said it's gonna take him 2 days.
It's gonna do so at the end of the 5-day rest period before
5
you go
days.
have your conversation with Alina. That's when you're going to have your chest and your legs done, but not your arms yet. Obviously, you have a head already.
Right. Okay.
Cool. So I'll work on your character sheet in a minute and go over the details. Messy, this is important for you. You've only spent 1 day so far breaking down 1 gun so far, but you can spend your other 4 days breaking down more shit just to make Omnigel, or you can look at the amount of Omnigel you have left and start applying modifications that you think are important as well. So I sent you guys this big badass list of different things that can be done. For those of you that are in Discord, you go to the Mass Effect spoilers chat and you press on the pinned messages. You'll see the big list there. you can start applying those modifications to people's guns, including your own. The reason why I bring this to your attention, Messy, is because I think it is beneficial for you to potentially modify your own or Rena or somebody's guns to make them better. So let's talk about guns for a second. You've already gotten a huge upgrade on a gun. Cool. So hasn't Wade. He just picked up a better assault rifle, and Pat just got a much better shotgun. Could all those be modded? Fuck yeah. But Rena didn't get any mods yet. All she's walking around with is an SMG and a pistol with 0 modifications. So applying some mods onto her gun wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Example. There is a gun, there's a mod on here that makes it so, Rena, tell me, what pistol do you have? Is it the Pro...
That's a good question.
I'll be right back real
Predator?
quick. We made a slip
M3
up.
Predator?
Thank you. Go ahead, Wade. So the Predator, how many heat does it have and how much damage does it do?
So it's 1d4 plus 2, and then it's
Probably 15 heat.
6 or 6.
Only 6 heat on the Predator, really?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds wrong. I want to double check that.
Oh, maybe there. Oh, I don't actually think anything is in that. It just shows 6.
It's 15. I just looked it up. It's 15.
It's supposed to be 15. Oh, okay.
Yep. So Messy, what you could do is you could make it so you could put a mod onto her gun that allows it to use double heat every time she shoots. So it shoots, 2, 4, 6, 8 instead of 1, 1, 1, 1, right? But it does an extra D4 of damage for her. So now she's dropping 2d4 with her gun. Anyways, I've talked a bunch. Do you want to keep breaking down or do you want to start modifying?
I haven't seen her, maybe because the weapon's not very good, but I haven't seen her use the weapon as much as her spells. I feel like she's more of her biotics are always going to be the better option for her. So I could see her upgrading her armor and that being useful. I'm not sure how the gun upgrades would be as useful as someone like Wade's new rifle that he just got, or my sniper. So
Sure. Okay.
Or even the new Krogan shotgun. They're all special, I think. I don't know if Wade's is special, but I know the other two are special.
They're just better guns. I think they're both uncommon guns is what they are. So yeah, you want to upgrade those instead? Cool. You have the list there. What would you like to do?
I think I'd go after Graff's gun. How much omni gel do we have left? 14? Is that much?
If you don't
Is that
include what's
right?
inside of your different armor suits, then yes, 14.
Okay. Right. We are all holding out some. So it'd have to be in the 10 set.
I mean, if you needed to pump 6 out of people's armor or whatever it is, I'm sure people are willing to do it. Or if you have time to do more. So it's important to know that the 10 set takes 3 days. So yeah, probably is a 10 set, Messy, honestly. So you know what we can do is if you're doing one mod, why don't we just say you spend day 2 breaking down, getting 3 more. Oh, hey, Steve. Getting 3 more Omnigel. So break down 1 more gun, add 3 more Omnigel to the tank. You have 17 to work with. And then go ahead, Messy.
Wade, would you rather have +1 damage, +1 to hit, or +1 DC to burst fire?
My DC to burst fire, I think, is that 12 right now?
No,
14,
no,
I think I
no.
remember which.
No, it's probably even a 16, I would say. If you click on your, what's your proficiency bonus is what, 2?
Oh, it's a
So is it 8?
15.
Yeah, 8 plus 2 plus what's your dex?
Dex is a +3.
Yeah, and then you have 2 more for your fighting style. So yeah, it's a 15.
15.
And making that a 16 wouldn't be bad. Otherwise, it's a +6 to hit. Or it'd be a 1d10 +3 piercing would be 1d10 +4. Is that what it become?
Mm-hmm. Well, 1d10 +3 +1, but yeah.
I mean, damage would apply to both, right? Burst attack and regular.
Yes, sir. All
true.
damage.
So damage would apply to both. Otherwise, I mean, making the burst attack a DC 16 would be nice. But they're
it
all
is
good.
important.
I don't think it's a bad either way.
It is important to note the increased short range by 50% also increases the range by which you can actually do burst fire too.
Oh, what's the range
True.
become?
What is the range of your new gun?
50% or whatever it is. Added on.
48, 144.
So it'd be 48 + 24.
Yep.
That's
72 base range for. Is that
72.
only for burst fire, or is that for
That's
both.
for all of your attacks, but because your short range is further, that means burst fire is further.
That's pretty good. I think I like that.
I like that the best. Okay. I can also give you a 50% chance that the weapon detonates prime. But I know you have a concussive shot you can use anyway if you need it to go off. So
Concussive shot also has other uses though, so getting a chance to do it without having to use concussive shot's nice.
it's not a guarantee, which kind of sucks.
I think the burst fire is the way to go for me.
The increased range, you mean?
Increase. Well, that's for both, right?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. I'll give him increased short range 50%.
Cool. So this takes you 3 days, as I said. It takes away the 10 Omnigel, and you apply that to his gun. His gun now is a special condition, which means it can't be modded anymore. All you can do is customizations to it in the future. But still, it adds like a huge boon to it. So Wade, not your overall range, so not the long range of that gun, but your short range, make sure you increase it by 50%. So if it was a 48, it is now a,
72.
what's that? 60, 72, yeah. So you're good to go there.
And we have 7 Omnigel left. You can scrap whatever is above that from the tank.
Oh, scrap what's left. All 14.
Yeah, just put it at 7. Just put it
All
at 7.
Cool. Awesome. And that finishes everybody's doing for those downtimes. Rena and Pat, I don't think your characters had any downtime activities you were working on. Though, Pat, I do want to point out one last thing. Let's get fucking into RP. So let's get into it. Fucking RP? Whatever. So, you, sir, there is an item that you can craft. I think I set the price for this item as it takes 25 Omnigel and a bunch of days for you to make. But once you craft this item, it allows this item to break down other items into Omnigel for you at the rate of 1 a day. So even if your party is too busy working on other stuff, it can continue to grind down stuff into Omnigel, or it can grind it down while they're grinding down other items. So it's something that you can craft. You just need 25 Omnigel to do it. Okay. So you should probably nag the party to air mark aside like a little bit of Omnigel here and there for you to do that. All right. Cool. All right, so let's jump ahead. It's been 5 days of a little bit of relaxation for Rena's character, seeing some old, friendly, familiar faces, probably participating in a little... I mean, let's be clear, even Dominion, which is a religious organization, has light worship. It's not like they walk around flogging themselves while speaking Latin, right? And Strix has gone through so much food, eventually had to be talked to, because like he was kind of wasting the amount of food that he was cooking.
Think
and it was
they're
like,
gonna come up to me and say, "Hey, we need you to stop." No.
I mean, yes. Dominion wouldn't, but but absolutely Asari government would. They're not scared. You're a baby. You're a blink in the eye.
But I'm cute.
So anyways, after 5 days time, eventually you have the person, your handler, if you will come to greet the rest of you. They would, Rena, you would already know that she's going to greet the others. So we'll just assume the sky car, you were able to fly over and join the others, right? So Wade spent his days, but he would have spent his night in the nice, comfortable bed. Spent his days and Messy did too on the ship. All right. She greets all of you and says, thank you all so much for your patience, for waiting these several days that you had to for this meeting. But your patience is appreciated. If you would like to join me, we can make our way over to the facilities. Unfortunately, sky cars can't comfortably sit 5, especially when there is someone like a Krogan inside of it. She says kind of, like playfully to the fact that Strix is fucking huge. And then says, but if you'll follow me, I'll lead you there. She turns and walks and leads you guys for like a nice, half hour, 40-minute walk across this nice open air area over towards where the buildings, the research and facilities are, and so on and so forth. Rena, at this point in time, these walking paths are comfortable to you. You've been through here a bunch of times. I imagine there's a little bit of side chatter or banter amongst your characters, but we can skip past that because there doesn't seem to be any interest for it at the moment anyways. And they lead you into the facility where they have, as I mentioned beforehand, like archives or additional research. Once you're brought into the facility, you're actually brought into a room that has a large, what's the word I'm looking for here? Almost like a holographic displayer inside of a circular, almost like computer-looking device. So there's a bunch of like keypads, interfaces, and whatnot around this circular computer with, again, a hologram in the middle. When you go inside of it, you can see that there are 3 different Asari that happen to be in there having a conversation. As the group of you filter in, one of them gives like a small bow, says like a small like, may the goddess watch over you, and then gives a smile to the group of you as she turns and walks out of the facility entirely. You can see on the wall, on the walls around you, after you walk in, that there are several other, what's the word I'm looking for here? Computers, like almost like archives or servers that probably hold all the data that's going to be portrayed on this thing. Finally, there is a smile and a greeting from 2 of the Asari. One, Rena, you're actually very, very familiar with. Of the 2 Asari that stands before you, one of them goes by the name of Commander Alina. Now, as a small reminder for who she is, first and foremost, you've seen her in combat. Alina is a shock trooper. She is as tough as they come. Now, while she is not super young anymore, she's probably at the end of her matron years, entering into her matriarch. Sorry. It goes, I was maiden. At the end of her matron years, entering into her matriarch years. So she's several hundred years old, right? And you've seen her in combat. She's an absolute fucking shock trooper. She could take out like bowl down, groups of people at once. She's known for being badass and occasionally headbutting people into submission. Let's be honest. She can be scary. But as much as she's scary, as much as she commands respect of those around her, she's also really easy to interact with because you know that she's just kind of brass tacks. Don't bullshit with her. She won't bullshit with you. She's open for a good laugh and easy to get along with. Cool. That's what you know. The others, you have no clue. The other one, you have no clue. And that's the one that's going to... So as you walk in, you'll see Commander Alina gives you a small head nod. And you can see like she's wants to say something, but is holding it back as the other person steps forward. You can tell immediately by looking at her, Rena, that the other one happens to be a matriarch, and they introduce themselves as much. Hello. Greetings. My name is Matriarch Fizia Dantisi. You can just refer to me as Fiza, if it makes it easy for your tongues. Thank you for the group of you joining us today. Now, while I am here to oversee this meeting, truth be told, this endeavor is one that's being spearheaded by the Dominion. And so I will turn the attentions over to the commander here and allow her to speak forthright about why it is that we called the group of you. But please, at any point in time, feel free to ask me any questions that you might have about what it is that we're doing. And leaving that kind of like air of, okay, that doesn't really help us very much. She smiles and kind of like turns her shoulder slightly, opening up for Commander Alina to step forward. And she goes, hey, I'm sure all of you know who I am by now because you've already done a job for me. And for that, did a kick-ass job. Appreciate it. Thank you. First of all, Zenestthea, holy shit. How are you?
I'm alive.
Yeah. And before we go into anything else, she takes like a step forward, almost like shouldering out the matriarch that's with her, which is kind of disrespectful for the fact that she herself is not of that level. She steps forward and says, I just wanted to let you know that had I known that, I would not have stopped. I would not have, I would have turned every stone.
Please, not another word about it. I won't hear it. I've heard about the things that took place after, literally right after that, and I completely understand. It's quite fine. There were several people I needed to protect there anyway, so it was purposeful.
You can see with the scars that are on the side of her face, despite the fact that she has, these like deep red markings that kind of cover them up. The scars on the side of her cheek make very obvious the way that she's clenching her jaw as you're speaking. While others might think that maybe she's a little pissed that Rena, spoke over her. Rena, Zenestthea knows that the reason why she's clenching her jaw is because she's just kind of like swallowing down the fact that like she fucked up. She left someone behind. And the last 16 years of whatever you went through are her fault. But she instead gives, she chokes it down, gives a little bit of a nod, and then says, well, then with that behind us, I suppose let's get to why it is that you're here. First of all of you probably know that Zenestthea and I know each other. She used to be under my command on a ship that I led before it was blown to shit by a couple of collectors, as you might know them to be. If you don't know what they were, I don't know how to explain it to you. Look it up.
Graff looked very uncomfortable during this discussion.
She, maybe not noticing it or maybe doesn't care, presses on and says, but after Zenestthea found her way off of the world that she was in, she happened to stumble across the lot of you. Now, I'm not one that enjoys research, but I know the significance of it. And so I did mine on each of you. And I do want to say, she looks over at Graff and says, impressive record. And I don't just mean while you served. I mean since. You did some shit out there. And that can't go, we can't overlook that without saying. Can't look past it without saying.
Appreciate it.
She looks to Frait, and she says, can anybody satisfy a jelly?
Strix can.
He'll just kind of stand up straight and just look confused.
You say Strix can?
No.
And then oh, okay. So, and then she looks over at.
So fucking embarrassing. I can.
She looks over at Strix and just says, "Let's just say I know what a Krogan can do," and just leaves it alone at that.
Apparently, you haven't tried my cooking.
Graff again looks uncomfortable.
And he'll start kind of like gyrating a little bit, just like semi-dancing a little bit.
She was going to ignore it, but then when you start dancing, she then actually looks slightly. She looks slightly perplexed and says, "Actually, perhaps I don't know what a Krogan can do. Is something wrong with him?" She says, looking at the others.
It gets worse.
Graff will give a slight nod.
Oh,
I don't know what you mean.
He's got a bum hip.
Yes, quite sore today.
I mean, you're obviously a child. Maybe he's not prepared for this, she says, looking to Zenestthea and then to the matriarch that's by her. And the matriarch will step forward, but...
He's quite capable, trust me. He's just eccentric. And she gives him a look like, not the time.
I thought she did her research. give her like a shrug.
She'll nod slowly and say, well, if you're vouching for him, Zenestthea, again, let it linger.
I am.
The matriarch will even chime in.
Another look.
The matriarch will even chime in and say, I'm not as familiar with Krogan as you are, Commander, but he does look incredibly juvenile. I suppose just to ask one last time, Zenestthea, do you indeed, I suppose, speak on his behalf?
Well, I wouldn't claim to do that. He is his own being, but we're a team, and he's part of our team.
She'll nod slowly, and then we'll, just kind of get quiet. And so, what the hell's her name? Alina will chime in again and say, well, then let's get to the details. She presses a couple of keys, hollow displayed, but keys on the computer in front of you, and you see a system appear before you. All of you can roll a science check. Wade, you have an advantage on this one.
Literally a 1 and a
Are
20.
we all in a
What the
20?
fuck?
Cool. So everybody succeeded. so far. And get it out of the way on this one when everybody else succeeds.
God, just had to
1, a
say
20, and a
something.
1 back to back to back.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Right after 215s. I know they weren't both, but you know. So anyways, you guys realize that the one that pulls up on the screen in front of you, it happens to be the system that all of you are in. So I imagine like where Frait is just kind of like nodding, like, yes, yes. What is this strange world? Everybody else knows that this is the system that you have to be in. And she says, we've been doing a considerable amount of research from, from the facility that we have here at systems that are around. As a matter of fact, a few decades ago, when we started unearthing this Prothean site here, we came across old archives, some that we were even able to decipher. They weren't held in the typical Prothean. They weren't held in the typical Prothean containments. I'm sure all of you have learned of what this Commander Shepard and a few other scientists were able to discover over the years, including the research done by Liara Tassoni. She looks amongst all of you, looking past Zenestthea, who likely hasn't seen anything that is not familiar. When there's no recognition on anybody's face,
None of
she
us know
says,
this.
yeah, none of you guys would likely know it because none of you guys are science nerds. She goes, well, in short, the way the Protheans store a lot of their long-term data is through condensed thought that requires a degree of touching with your mind or body to have lodged into your own. Either way, we have a struggle with deciphering that kind of information, but there are other written forms that use a similar technology that we were in fact able to decipher. They were star charts. Following the star charts, we were mapping these out utilizing massive telescopes that we have out in the system that we're in. And we've even found one that the star charts point to and important details that are there. She actually at that point will pull up a separate map, a separate star chart for you all. I'm going to grab something to share with the PCs. Give me 1 second. It is a system known as the Nelios system. And I'm going to drop this into Discord for the group of you to open. It is just a Google Sheets, if you will. Come on. There we go. And paste. This is Google Sheets. So you guys can see it. Feel free if you don't want to show your email address, though I think I have all of yours anyways. Right click and open under incognito mode as a reminder.
Does I need access?
Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Share. Thank you, Pat. Sorry. Restricted. Anyone with link can view. Done. All right. Now you should retry that link and you should be fine.
Yes.
Okay. Where is this one? And give me half a tick here as I am.
My
Why is
God,
this being
the
weird?
planets are cubes.
Haha. So that's just, they said, as we've been mapping out this planet, we've actually gone, we've put a lot of effort into making sure that they're as understood as much as possible, but also that they've been given names. She looks over at the Asari matriarch, like slightly. Rena, you pick up the subtlety there. More or less like, we weren't the ones that named them, they were, kind of a thing. But so, pointing them over. On this little map that you see here, you can see that there is any one of the ones that have like you can hover over it and has details. That's going to be a planet. Any one of the ones that has like a bullet point next to it, those are going to be moons. So you can kind of like hover over them and get some basic details that happen to be there. Rena, you can go ahead and roll me a history check real quick. If it's better for you, you can roll religion instead. I'm sorry. Neither's better? Cool. So then you get a 20 on it. Awesome. Rena, you're going to know that all of these names, planets, moons, and so on, are going to be individuals within the Asari society, specifically within Dominion, that have all of prominence, right? So, like, for instance, you know the name Samara.
I don't even have religion.
Yeah, you took religion off our sheets.
It's
Oh
not-
yeah. That's not a part of this this system. That's right. So that's fine.
I was gonna
So
say,
history.
why am I not seeing it? Yeah, so just the history.
Yeah, history works. So like for instance, Samara is the Justicar that served alongside fighting against the Reapers, so on and so forth. And you have like a whole bunch of the different names here of peoples of importance that exist. One of the things that you notice within as she's talking about this and talks about this, like the research that's done, she pulls up onto the screen before you this system, which you can see has a binary blue stars that are on it, and she starts pointing out the different things. Says, this is a binary system with it's a stable binary system that has around it 6 planets and a handful of moons that seems to have significant prominence in the Prothean past. They apparently had a means of traveling from here to there. And this is why why we've called upon the group of you. You see, while we've put a lot of effort into doing the research to discover this place, and we even believe that the star charts that we have with the research that we've done on them is enough for us to be able to safely jump there and to begin exploring. There are those that believe that we should not be so quick to put our necks on the line for this situation. You can see that the matriarch that's inside the room, for those of you that have a passive insight of 13 or higher, again, that's just 10 plus your bonus. You can see that the matriarch looks upset that she phrased it like that, but continue with Commander Alina. So instead, we're putting together a team of people, spearheaded, of course, by one of our own, to make the initial jump and to do some preliminary investigatory work in this system. Look around, see if there's anything of significance, see if there was importance to the Protheans, see if any of these planets, as we assume at least one of them are, is in fact the Garden World. See if this is a place that we should invest more resources and effort into. Well, that's the long and short of it. She crosses her arms in front of her, leans back on her heel, and says, "Any questions?"
So,
Sorry to butt in, but how old is the presumed information you've got here?
Prothean, over 50,000 years. But we've tracked the... So she says Prothean over 50,000 years, very matter-of-factly, but then the matriarch chimes in and says, but we have, of course, had all of our best scientists, mathematicians, and so on put their greatest minds forward, and we've done the math, taking into account gravitational wells and dark matter and so on, to plot what should be the safe journey to travel between the systems.
And if I may, when the Protheans were wiped out, what are the odds there was no intelligent life that would have gotten the Reaper's attention out there?
Commander Alina chimes in and says, "You mean you're concerned that there might be Protheans still alive over there?"
I'm more so concerned that I don't have any idea what might be over there, or might be left behind.
That's the excitement. God, sorry, Wade.
And I understand that's the point of looking into it. It's just, I've not been alive as long as you folk. I don't have the same span, but I was around for the Reaper Wars, and I've seen what those can do to a planet. So, just want to make sure that there was nothing else y'all might know or might think or might hypothesize before we go put our boots on the ground.
Well, to answer that question, we honestly don't know. No matter how powerful our telescopes are, the simple fact of the matter is, none of them are strong enough to see if there's life on any of those worlds. composition of the atmospheres you get by passing of the planets and the moons in front of the stars. But when you have a binary system, it's much more difficult to do the analyses of these stars. Now, understand, I actually understand this stuff to a small degree, but I'm not a scientist. I go in there and I get the job done. We're more alike in that. But there's one difference between me and you, Graff. This is again Commander Alina still speaking. I can't read a star chart. You can.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Not that you can't, but I can, in fact, normally interpret them. So I'm assuming you have at least one you want me to try to sort out.
The matriarch is one that nods and says, yes, we do. We have the star chart prepared for you, and after a brief period of investigation, if it does seem as though things have gone well, then we will send a ship to join you. And then the commander, speaking back up again, says, that's where I come in. My crew is ready. My ship is prepared. We want to make the jump. We've just been asked to wait until some scouts went ahead first.
Has anyone else been sent before us?
No. Again, you can see that Alina's not happy about that.
Honestly, from my perspective, that's kind of a relief, because if they had been sent and hadn't reported back, that wouldn't bode too well, but pioneering. Look at like an awkward smile, like trying to look hyped, but he's really just kind of deadpan and not charismatic.
The matriarch chimes in again and says, in fact, when we send you that direction, we're going to send you with a communications buoy. It'll take a day or two for you to get it set up, but I imagine your engineer, she has no clue which one it is because she didn't do her research. She says
she
you're
motions to Strix.
She frowns slightly as she stumbles over her words and says, we'll be able to get it up and running quickly, I imagine. And then we should have low ping communications through the relay, and we can continue with what it is that you see from there.
Sounds good. My perspective, we can head out as soon as your debrief is done, as soon as take a look at those star charts, but I'll defer to Zenestthea.
She shakes
These
her head.
two don't say a whole lot. They just kind of follow along. Except for him. He talks too much.
Alina shakes her head and presses a couple of keys on her Omni tool. And right as you start getting a transfer of data onto your Omni tool, the matriarch says, Commander Alina, what is it that you're doing? They have not agreed to do the job. She looks back and says, he did. And tosses you like a small smile as you get authorization to use the computer in front of you and start looking at the star chart.
All due respect, we came a long way to take this job, so I think we're pretty committed, as long as it was nothing too crazy, and well, flying's what I do. Then he'll look behind him, like realizing he was probably supposed to get everyone else to agree too. He'll like,
I mean, she'll nod and sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
And she'll say, we did discuss everything before we left, but I agree with your sentiments, and I don't believe that this is something that you are taking lightly. So I imagine that you're well prepared, or you'll have the supplies and things that we would need for this sort of thing. Though I can't completely say that this isn't a shot in the dark, but I mean, Graff said it himself. Pioneering.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in?
You'll see Strix just kind of look towards Graff. You're feeling up to this. I follow no matter what.
I have somewhat selfish motivations, I guess. If we can follow these charts into unexplored places, maybe it gives us some chance of getting back to Earth one day. So
You'll see him kind of nod. Well, I never said it was going to be easy, but does this look dangerous to you? And he'll say this kind of just as quietly as he can to you, just kind of like as they're
To Graff?
talking to you, yeah.
yes, very dangerous. Like he'll say loudly, very dangerous. Most likely. What the unknown is.
Okay. You'll see him kind of like suspiciously like that was strange. All right. If you have if you're confident enough, I'm right behind you.
I need this to work.
Need to work.
He
Interesting.
doesn't respond.
No, I know. I don't think he would have like responded that way. He just questioned it, almost just kind of spatting it out like okay. Needs to work. Interesting. And Graff will kind of like fall back to the rank that he was at.
I will.
Not Graff, sorry, me, Strix. I did that thing where I looked at like our roles and I started saying what I was reading.
Makes sense.
So do I have something to look at on my Omni tool?
Yeah. So she just more or less gave you authorization so you could step up to the terminal in front of you and start playing with the star charts on the actual. So more or less, like she showed you the system that you were in. She showed the system that you currently have on your screen that I shared on the Google Sheets, and more or less, you could start like looking at the plotted course between the two of them and how it is that you would get from A to B using FTL, dipping around grav wells, because when you go into FTL, you have to avoid grav wells as much as possible. I'm sorry, I'm saying grav wells. Do all four of you know what I mean by that?
No.
Okay, so more or less, like the closer you are to a star, mostly stars, but planets, moons, whatever, anything that has a lot of mass, it's gonna have a gravitational well. Or if you you always have talk about space-time being referred to as like if you have a sheet of paper or a blanket and you put a bowling ball in the middle, it bends space-time. You want to stay as close to the most level areas of space as possible and avoid where it is that, gravity is causing that dip. It allows you to like skim the surface like a thrown stone on a pond rather than get sucked into it. So either way, so Wade, you're seeing like more or less what would be the course to go. And looking it over, you're like, yeah, I mean, over the course of the next few minutes or whatever it is, you're like, yeah, this looks if their math is right, this looks like a clean flight. It looks like it should work.
Should I roll vehicle handling or anything to see?
No. You're going to be able to spend your 8 hours to be able to do your special ability you have by being a navigator.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. All right, awesome. So she looks over to Zenestthea and says, looks like 2 of them are willing to follow you. I knew you were ready for the commander position. You just had to go and disappear on me before you can get promoted. And then
she just smiles and kind of gives her a nod without trying not to give too much away. Just wanting to continue with the conversation.
Of course. And then she looks over at Frait. But Frait like looks back at her with this like blank stare, like this like soulless dead eyes. Just like he's just not even there. Like he's just like, she looks at him and it's almost like looking into a Zoom window and nobody's home. It's even more confusing than that. There's like 2 chairs and 0 people. It's the craziest thing.
He's grabbing my food. Sorry.
So she looks at Crate and he says nothing and then looks back at you, more or less like, sorry, Frait. I can find them again. Looks back at you like, more or less, is he good?
Yeah, I guess I gotta speak for him, even though I don't want to speak for him. Yes, I don't even know what to say for him. I guess
He
I'll
always
just say,
looks like he's looking at a wall.
It's because
It's a
Rena
lot to
sits
take-
next to him in real life, so he's just like this the entire stream.
not true.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of the messy
That's
gif.
it.
It's like this.
That one is funny.
All right, go ahead.
She'll look at him in kind of like sensing, this is what I'm RPing for now, that he's probably like maybe nervous or whatever about the expedition. She'll say, it is a lot to take in, though, as I mentioned before, we all discussed this previously, obviously not in detail, looking, at Commander Lena when she says that, but just that it was going to be something quite big. And we were all agreed that it's something we were willing to take on, so we're ready for it.
She nods and says, well, there's nothing stopping me from sending you now. It's just a matter of the amount of preparation you need. So she looks at Graff and says, what do you need? A couple of hours? A day? 3?
Well, one thing we got to worry about is once we get out there, having fuel to move around and come back. Food stock, so on and so forth. I suppose we have to be prepared for the worst case scenario, in which case there is nothing habitable out there and we just have to come back. Best case, we get on the ground and we able to figure out a way to survive on whatever world we land on. So preparations for either one of those. We have a little bit of cargo space where we could store something or another. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to the team and see if there's any other specific needs. Nothing too crazy.
Your cargo is done in just like cargo containment, right? And I think you currently can hold, 8 left after you took one off for your workbenches, right?
I think so. Let me see. We marked
So
it
I
on
think
the ship, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it used to be 6, but you upgraded it to 9, and then you
We
took
used
one off for
to
your
the other two.
workbenches.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. So they say, just looking at your ship right there, about half your cargo, because they don't know about the extended thing. About half the cargo containment you can hold there will be the buoy. We're going to have it dismantled so they can fit inside there and you can bring it with you. That'll be the communications buoy. Whatever else we can jam pack in there, you're welcome to take all the supplies that you need by way of, rations and what have you. We do want to make sure that you're not concerned about it. As for fuel, your sublight engines on an engine like that, no matter how old and beat up the model may be, your sublight engines would last you months before you have to worry about a thing. It's only if you're making proper jumps that you have to worry about it. And if all goes well, it's only one jump there and back. So you shouldn't have to worry about fuel. But let's take it one step further, Graff. If you go there and things go well, we're going to be joining you, and we can siphon fuel to you, and you will be fine. We'll be bringing extra supplies. We'll be bringing a team of scientists and soldiers to make sure that things go smoothly. You'll still be the scouts, but at least you won't be alone.
You'll hear Strix kind of say under his breath, what if things don't go well?
Then you come back.
That easy, huh?
You have star charts. There's nothing more I could offer you than that. Listen, we all know that the Citadel does not allow. It is very much against Citadel law. It's very much the council doesn't allow. It's very much against council law for anybody to activate a mass relay. However, we are not doing that here. This is the potential for us to research and find new habitable worlds. She does look a little sheepish as she says it, for the Asari to expand into, but also new resources for everybody to make use of. What if there are living Prothean? She says to Graff. What if there are?
The answer to that's beyond my pay grade, sir.
She nods and says, and wait, this part you would know, as would Messy's character. Pat and Rena's wouldn't, because Rena was removed from time and Pat was a kid that lived on like one little spot. She says, only one Prothean has ever been seen alive, as far as we know of. And that Prothean has traveled with Shepard, helped to create the very device that broke down almost all of the Reapers. Yes, I understand that it shut Earth off from access for right now, but it saved everybody. If there's even a single other Prothean that's alive over there, what kind of knowledge can we get from them? And if there aren't any living Prothean that are there, why was this area a place of interest for them? What other information can we find from their ruins?
From a scientific perspective, I think you're on the right optimistic frame of mind. I just become a bit more pessimistic over time, and I think of collectors and reapers and even possibly worse that we don't even know about being there too. So I just want to make sure we're prepared on that front is all. But I'm hoping you're right and there's a paradise with all the knowledge we could use to get back home.
If you get there safely, set up the communications buoy, and then it turns out it's not paradise, well, that's not so bad either. She says, and she gives like a sinister smile.
If that's the case, I would ask for a better ship than what I got.
She nods to
He
that
says it
one.
like half jokingly.
Yeah. She nods and she says, I do agree that the ship that you're currently flying in isn't the best. And then once again, the matriarch chimes in and says, but it does have all of the necessary tools to be able to make and survive the jump, as well as do exploration as is needed. And you can see it once again, Commander Alina's dissatisfied by the fact that it's almost like she's like, yeah, you should fucking have people with you. You should get this. You should get an upgraded ship, so on. But this motherfucker's saying no. And Rena, this makes sense. This is Dominion versus the Asari government.
Right, which she's not going to argue with, but she understands and will probably explain to them later.
With all due respect, I would agree that if I was sending somebody on a potential not coming home mission, I would also want to send a piece of junk ship. And I understand the position we are currently in, and I accept that risk. So maybe on the next one.
You can see an appreciative look in Alina's face as she once again gives you a nod. She's somebody, even though she's sitting here talking science shit, you can tell that just because, first of all, she's like 600 and something years old, so she's not an idiot. And she's been briefed about this a whole bunch, so she has deeper knowledge than just some, gun with a face would have. But that being said, she's definitely somebody of action. So the fact that you're just like taking the orders and whatnot, she gives you an appreciative look, small head nod, and she says, then I guess it's all agreed. Everybody's willing to do this, then you're welcome to leave whenever you're ready. I'm going to see to it that the different supplies are put onto your ship now. Graff, you have full access to this facility to utilize the computer as needed. The matriarch chimes in and says, supervised, of course.
Understood, sir and sir.
The commander says, then with that, I have things I need to get to. I have things I need to get prepared. Zenestthea, it's good to see you. And then she'll turn and she'll walk out. The matriarch.
Say, you too, Commander.
The matriarch will linger behind a few more moments to look around and more or less opens up in case anybody wants to say anything to her. But if it seems like everybody says, she awkwardly, we're talking like if nobody says anything, it's like an awkward standing there for like a 7 or 8 seconds, and then just kind of like a smile and walks out, unless somebody chimes in.
I mean, I would probably get moving, honestly. We're like ready to start like working on stuff, so we'd probably want to reconvene elsewhere. So I'd probably turn to leave. So she kind of give her a small nod and like get ready to exit.
Graff's already 2 hands into the star charts.
As I say, you don't even necessarily need to leave, Rena. You could even just stay here at Graff. But okay, 7 8 seconds of awkward, just like looking over at the group of you, and then goes, It's like when we've all had the scenario before, whether it be a work event or like a large social gathering of like many people, not just like a couple of friends at your house, where you like join into a circle you never have that proper moment to actually engage in the conversation, and you just kind of like awkwardly leave the group, just like leave that's what she's having. She's kind of like walking away. Wade, yes, I know you're tall and loud. All right, so anyways, she just kind of like slinks out of the room and leaves the four of you there. So Rena, you didn't have to leave yet. He's already on the star charts.
Okay, cool. Then I guess we'll get to look at the star charts a little more closely. I mean, that's what you want to do.
Considering everybody but Messy can read it right now, right? Or like not the star charts. We understand our where we're at on that star thing that they showed us, right? Like the very beginning of it. Can anybody else read the star charts, or is it just
Wade? So anybody else can look at, if Wade pulls up, because he's the one that currently has access to the system.
He has access to it.
Yeah. But if anybody pulls up, just looking at the, I don't know if you're looking at what I am, but the Excel spreadsheet that I sent you.
That's all I've
So yeah. So if Wade pulls it up, anybody can understand that looking at it. It doesn't require any checks to read what they have there, right? But Wade is the only one that can understands the map that brings you from point A, which is a different star system, to point B, which is that star system. But anybody can read the star system itself. Go ahead, Pat.
No, that was it.
You can look at Chicago and you can look at New York. You get that, but you don't understand the roads to get there.
Right. You're the one. You're the dad in the motorhome planning out the route and the stops we're going to be taking. I just know, hey, we get to our destination in 3 days.
Brittany's mom still likes to use actual paper maps, and will pull into gas stations and buy them and use them, even though we're just like, hey, Sandy, you should have taken a left, no,
a
half hour ago.
You see this road that's clearly still here and not bulldozed down? We could use this one. It's a much faster shortcut.
Bye, Abby. Bye, Abby.
Okay.
I kind of forgot to ask about the pay rate for this Zenestthea. That's my bad. I also probably shouldn't have been taking point. I've not been home in a very, very long time.
No, you're fine. I can speak with them about it later on. They will not forget. Trust me. They was told there'd be compensation, so there's going to be. This was more so to discuss what the actual mission is, even though we've all agreed to it, if you're all still okay with that. And she kind of looks at all three of you.
Because Messy wasn't there last time, so she has to reconfirm with him. The NPC actually talked to you, Messy, but you weren't there. So
Whatever I said a minute ago is how I feel now.
You didn't say anything.
I agree.
I guess from your perspective, maybe like exploring a new system would be like above and beyond what the Hanar would have even expected for your knowledge. Maybe that would be something exciting for you.
Prove your worth.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just another mission too. At the same time, the grandiose feeling of it isn't lost on him, but it's definitely muted.
Scott, can I look at the maps I have at any time, or do I need to have something like this in order to plug them in and look?
Technically speaking, you can look at the maps you have on the computer, but this is like our opening star chart jumpy thingy. But yeah.
I don't think he'd want to plug them in here because it is supervised and he doesn't know what he has, but I was just curious if I needed something special to read them.
No, you can use any computer. This is just going to be like a big display. Honestly, if you had a better ship system, that would be better for you. If you had something like this, it'd be better for you, but any ship would work because you understand them. So.
Do I need to roll anything while we're looking at this, or is this just more? Okay.
This is more RP at the moment, and then we can jump into the rolls afterwards.
I don't think I need anything else unless you guys want more to talk about.
Cool.
No, I mean, if everybody seems in agreement, she would be like, all right, well, let's start looking at it then. And then go over to where they have the star chart pulled up.
Okay. So you pull up the star chart. and whatnot that's there, and you're kind of like going over the details. So if there's no more RP in this moment, you can imagine Wade's kind of like pointing out a couple of minor details or whatever it is. But for the most part, like if you're actually looking at the spreadsheet that I have in front of the spreadsheet, sorry, Excel, spreadsheet that I have in front of you, like it's pretty basic. Like literally, oh, that's an ash giant. Oh, there's another violet colored giant with anomaly apparently over near it. There's another gas giant with a moon around it. Oh, here's another one with 2 moons. Here's it looks like a hot barren world. And it looks like one that could potentially be a golden world and so on, right? Like these are all just different locations that they've been studying through telescopes for some time. And when I say some time, Rena, I mean like if you like look up the logs real quick, because he has details to look up what they can, so on and so forth, so you guys can look this over. I mean, they've been studying this literally for decades. This is something that this isn't new. They've been actively looking at this for decades. It's just finally come to a point where they're like, they have enough understanding of how to translate Prothean information that they can finally be like, wait, hold on. We know how to properly read these star charts enough that we think we can do it. But then you guinea pigs first.
Do we have any idea why the Asari need to expand into more worlds? Are they having issues with like overpopulation, or do we not know anything? Or is it really just like colonization still profitable, therefore they want to do it?
Colonization is always profitable.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more so because that's what the Dominion does, is like they think it's their duty, like their obligation to the rest of the universe to kind of take on these like really big expeditions and things and like expand their knowledge and like know more than everybody else, because they're like the ones to go to, like the mothers of the universe essentially.
Look at you knowing more about Mass Effect than me. You've grown so much since we started.
I researched, okay, I put effort in. Just it's not, whether or not it sticks.
It is also...
I'm proud of you.
Oh, Dad's proud of you. Look at that. Oh.
I give about 2 of those a year.
I know, it's the first time you've said it this year.
All right, who in chat redeemed that for him? Anyways. Anyways, Wade, it's also that the Asari themselves are renowned for trying to keep their colonization kind of tighter together too. So while they do have colonies spread out, they also try to keep a lot of it tight to their home world of Thessia.
Yeah, so where is Thessia compared to where we are? Is that in the same nebula?
Yeah. Actually, it's a great question. So it is exactly that. So if you go to the other map, I don't know if you guys have this one pulled up. Hold on, you're in Vernio? Yes, is that where? Yeah, you're in Vernio. So I'm going to throw this inside of chat, instead of Twitch chat for everybody. Again, somebody else's github.io. That's fucking awesome. This is the Vernio system in the Athena Nebula. Tell me when it's loaded up for you, Wade.
I'm looking at it.
Use your scroll wheel and scroll back just enough that it shows you the actual nebula.
Okay.
So more or less like where it would be in this nebula is if you actually look how there's Vernio and Tomaros to the south. Imagine even further south than that, kind of more or less southwest of that, over at like the edge of where that light purple kind of area is. Let me see if I can show this to chat so they can see what I am talking about.
Mine might be rotated from you because you're saying south. Vernio is way to the right of Tomaros, where I'm looking at it.
Really? I want to... Yeah, I'm saying... So I'm going to put this on stream. Yeah, I can put this on stream for everybody. Give me 1 second. And you can look at where I'm pointing out on there. So on this like little map that's here, you have Vernio is here, and you have Tomaros is here. So it's going to be kind of like right where my little hand cursor is floating.
Okay.
This little spot. And then just so chat knows how this map works if you don't open it yourself. Like if you open Vernio, it actually shows you the different planets. This is where the party currently is right now on a moon around this planet. So everybody can kind of see it. But you want to jump to about right here. All right. You get the idea. So Vernio to here. All right,
that's
cool.
where we're looking at going, or that's where Thessia is?
Thessia is, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking where Thessia is. So if you're actually looking at this whole system, it's the one in the center, Parnitha, or Parnetha. And inside here, Thessia is this one right here. Second planet from the sun. Or from the star, I should say.
Gotcha. Okay. And where we're going is that little purple bit. Okay.
Yep. Exactly that, sir.
Cool. I think that's all I needed.
Cool. All right. That looks like this, the spreadsheet. Awesome. Cool. Any more RP you guys want to have about this? Awesome. Then, because of where Patreon was situated at the beginning of where Patreon will be situated at the beginning of next month, because that's like kind of like where things are restarting, as you're kind of like getting over there, you guys get the reboot of your equipment. So when you guys head back to your ship, Wade, you realistically only need 8 hours to plot the course to know what it is that you're doing. That's all you need is 8 hours to plan this out. But other crew members might want to have other modifications done to the ship over the course of the next 24 hours. So, Messy, if you guys ever all open up your tool proficiencies, I always forget. Do we have that somewhere? Is that under the ship's bio, or where do we have tool proficiencies?
Mine are underneath my skills.
Same.
Passive wisdom perception, then I've got my tools.
Are you talking about the notes for them?
No, I'm talking about like the PDF that I wrote.
Oh, you're looking, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to
pinned that,
grab
didn't
this
we?
link once again. Yeah, I think it is, but I'm going to grab it again. I got to leave it inside of Roll20 so we can find it more easily.
It's literally the second pin on our thing.
All right. It's posted inside Twitch if you guys don't have it yet. But so for example, Pat doesn't have anything extra to do because he has he has so Pat can do other stuff because there's nothing that's broken for him. Messy can spend 8 hours to prepare the ship against sabotage, but I think he already did. Wade does the uncharted course thing. Rena. Here you go, Rena. 8 hours of work. You fine-tune the SSC to specifically seek out anomalies commonly associated with cloaking system to make a cool. So you can actually amplify your sensors for when you hit space. So you can have amplified sensors, so you're good to go. And Messy, the other thing that you can work on, or Strix. Pat, does Strix also have the Starship System weapons as a Oh, cool. So you actually, Pat, can do the calibration, allowing Messy to do other stuff. So you can take care of the calibration of the ship, which gives a +2 to the ship's attack rolls for 24 hours afterwards. So when you guys make this jump, you'll be like, if God forbid there's danger immediately on the other side, you're good to go, right? Cool. So Rena, you're upgrading this.
Requires time, right?
Yep, just 8 hours, no check. Yep. So you're upgrading the weapons, Rena's upgrading the communications, Wade's plotting out the course, and Messy, you actually, in theory, over those 8 hours, can break down another item, which is cool. Awesome.
So
you break down another.
Should I mark it? That's 3 more, right? There were 3 per
Yep.
small.
Omnigel, yep. And then mark
10.
one more off of your total things that you guys have.
Oops, sorry,
Cool.
did not mean to do that.
All good. So, and then one more of the scrap sheet. I don't know who's tracking it on there, but yeah. Cool. Thank you, Bessie. All right, moving on. So when you guys get back to the ship, what you're going to see is you had 8 remaining hull that was there. Of the 8 remaining hull, 3 of them are going to be the communication satellite that you're going to have to reassemble when you get to the other side of the jump. That leaves you 5 more remaining cargo space that's there. You have 2 options. Option 1, yes, give us all of the food. Have you met the Krogan? Option 2, Scott, honestly, we might find things that are of importance during our initial surveying. Let's not take that much food. Maybe give us 2 or 3 whole cargo slots of food and leave a couple of them open. Your call. Party decide.
I think the last option, having a couple open slots.
Yeah,
We still have 2 working
having
probes.
The extra room would be good, and we'll just kind of like ration out what we have. But I don't want to have too little food either.
Well, we're getting like 2 or 3 cargo slots full. That's a ton of food.
Okay,
A lot
then,
of
yeah,
food.
then we should be fine. We don't need that much extra.
Yep.
Yeah, they're stocking us up for a good amount of time, even without filling the hull. We have a huge storage area now.
Perfect.
Well,
Cool.
ship size.
So out of the 8, 3, wait, if you're tracking this on the actual ship sheet, 3 of it's taken up by the communications array. We're going to have, so 5 left over. We're going to say 2 more is taking up a food. That's a fuck ton. Leaving you with 3 open cargo slots currently, which is great news. Going over equipment, because again, this is like more or less what they would have equipped you all with between now and then. Hey, Messy, do you have any open grenade slots on your character sheet? anybody have open grenade slots on their character sheet? Wade, you probably have 2 new ones now.
If the mod was put in there, I'm at 2 of 4. Was the mod installed?
You're going to do it literally during the travel of the jump.
Okay, so
I
yeah,
have
I'm
one
at 2
open.
of 4.
Messy has 1 open. Rena, Pat, do you have any open grenade slots?
Open 2 of 2.
I already have a grenade, so I'm
Okay.
assuming no.
Messy and Wade, you guys, Wade, you're going to get 2. Messy, you're going to get 1 grenade. That grenade is going to be a Mark II. So you get to choose what kind of grenade it is. So go ahead and choose Wade 2, Messy 1 Mark II grenade of your choice. Okay?
Right, real quick, was the food 2 slots or 3 slots?
What's the food? 2 slots of food.
So we have 3 open?
Yep, unless you want to switch that number around. I don't care.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay. I believe you jam-packed your characters completely full of metagel, yes?
Yes.
Including the medical kit, yes?
Yes. Medical kit
Cool.
and Rena have the higher grade metagel. The rest of us have normal red metagel.
Cool. They're going to give you a type of medical supplies. Put this onto your ship, Wade. This is going to take up 1 cargo slot. They're going to give you enough medical supplies that for 1 long rest, you auto-heal. So normally in 5e, this is to you in chat, normally in 5e, anytime you take a long rest, you heal all of your health points and 2 missing, what are they called? Hit die. In our version of 5e, you only heal what you spend for hit die during short rests, and during long rests, the same thing, but you also recover 2 hit die. So for 1 day's rest, everybody, so you can't piecemeal this, it's just everybody heals all of your missing health points and you recover 2 hit die. That takes up a whole cargo slot. So it's like emergency packs or whatever you want to call it. Cool, moving on. That leaves you 2 open slots. And if anybody's missing any thermal clips from whatever it is that your armor can hold, fill them up, baby. Fill them up. Cool. Last thing of equipment I want to go over before we jump into us making our first blind jump, which is fucking exciting. What's your face? Krogan dude.
Hi,
Your
Patrick.
equipment. That's your face. Patrick. You have on your character sheet a unique piece of armor that you picked up when raiding the desolate blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Here we go. It's the Terminus Assault Greaves. So when you put these pants on, it actually increases your walking speed by 4 meters. So the kind of pants that you're wearing now are called Terminus Assault Greaves. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I put this on your character sheet correctly. So your pants now no longer say what it said before. It is Terminus Assault Greaves.
These are my turbo walkers.
Your chest
Spooch, spooch, spooch.
is customizable heavy armor with 2 slots. Your arms are currently none. Now, hold on a sec. Arms are not armored, but they are still on your suit for the sake of vacuum sealing you in case you're in space or what have you. Cool? Cool.
So I don't have any like actual protection, but for RP's sake, I'm in a spacesuit.
Correct.
Okay.
And
What you're
then
saying
your
is in the future, I can get arms that I can slot, correct?
Correct. That's actually what Wade's working on next, and then we have to worry about your helmet, which we're going to get to that in a minute. So your speed now went from 12 meters to 16 meters, sir. So you can move 8 squares on your turn. That's fucking awesome because I feel like you're the one that's always chasing things. So, cool.
I mean, I'm not
But
really
you're-
chasing. I'm just throwing my little blip down and then I chase. Then I run
But
really
you're-
fast.
Your AC is going to change though. So normally with a full suit of whatchamacallit, it's whatever. But right now with heavy armor having chest and only legs, your base AC becomes only a 15 until Wade finishes the other ones. And then because you have the defense model thingy, it becomes a 16. So
'Cause
temporarily,
I think I'm a basic at the highest with no armor, or you know what I mean. 16 is I think my AC.
yeah. So you're normally you're an 18 until Wade finishes the arms. You're currently at a 16 AC. So it's a temporary dip, but it'll be resolved shortly, right?
Okay.
Cool. All right, so that takes care of you for now. That's all of your upgrades for now. I'm going to look away from you. Graff, for you. During this first jump, that's when you're going to spend the turn putting the other mod into your legs that he gave you to allow you to hold two, whatchamacallits.
Grenades.
So this is 2 slots, two extra grenades. Yeah. Your chest, you did not modify that at all, correct? Your chest only holds the normal 2 slots.
And
arms hold 1
chest
slot.
plate
I
had
believe.
2 empty slots. Legs were 1 with the whatever the stimulator was called.
Yep.
Stimulator conduits. Arms were also 1 empty slot. So where am I putting the hip one in legs?
Correct.
Okay, so legs are full. Armor, there's 2 open, and arms, there's 1 open.
Cool. I'm just going to put something on here before I have you change that. So chest, so it's custom medium is going to say 2 slots. Just keeping track of this where it needs to be. Arms is 1 slot, so we don't forget this in the future. And just get rid of this word here because it's unnecessary. Add an S there. Cool. And your helmet is custom.
Also, yeah.
1 slot. Cool. So you're good there. You can now play with your character sheet except for 1 detail. Then can you increase your speed by how much? 6.
So they went from
So
12
now
to 18.
Yep, beautiful. You already have it on there. I'm done touching your character sheet. Your AC wouldn't have been modified by this. Moving on from you. Nobody else had any adjustments because you gave Messi
think I do. So my natural hump or whatever it's called, my natural armor says, well, I'm not wearing any armor. My AC is 12 plus my Constitution modifier, which I think is a +3. So I'd be actually at 15.
15 plus 1 for defensive training is 16.
Oh, okay.
And the armor that you're wearing, the heavy armor that you're wearing, is currently at 15
true.
plus 1 is 16. So it's
Okay,
actually the same either way. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is really cool.
I forgot
That
about
meant
the
that
possess thing, so.
Yeah, that meant that even if Wade only made you 1 piece or 2 shitty pieces, you would have been fine until he finished it. Once he finishes that last one, you're good to go. All right, moving on. Wade, we're done. You have all that shit put onto your characters. You got the 1 cool med thing because everybody was full up on Metagel. I didn't want to screw you because you guys spent all that money and time on Metagel last time. So that's why you got that one-time thing. I thought that'd be cool to come from Patreon instead. And we are good there. Just making sure everything else is taken care of. It is. I am done.
Did we refuel? Are we full on fuel again?
They did that, remember, before you landed on the planet. You were just kind of,
make sure. Okay.
yeah, you were just kind of distracted because you were just getting your computer functioning.
I don't know where that's being marked at. Messy, have you been keeping track of the fuel? Okay, we've not been keeping track of that then.
It actually is. It's on your if you open your ship sheet and look at the bio area, it actually is on there. Currently, it said 6 out of 9. It just needs to go to 9 out of 9. And last thing I want to say, because we were talking about items in Patreon, just a big thanks to the 3 people of the tiers that I want to shout out every session. This will be Ashton, Phoenix, Silencio, Steve, and Delta. Thank you guys so much for supporting over on Patreon, the tier that you are. If you guys want to join and give more shit to the crew, please feel free to do so. All right, back to the game. So without further ado, we can bring you guys back to the ship and have it starting to take off.
Sounds gooch to me.
Sounds fun.
Cool. All right, everybody. So this is and Storm Pineapple was also on the tier for the month that we are currently in. Not next month, I know, which is great, but Storm as well for the current month. Sorry, Storm.
Thank you.
All right. So
That means we get new mods and stuff soon too, right? Because of the rollover.
So actually, the next month it breaks down. Yeah, it drops off of that. So the number of patrons goes down. Yeah. All right. So let's get into this jump. As you guys are taking off, one of the first things you want to do is to get away from the grav area. Is you have to go to the edge of space, and then you're going to do a single jump. Just getting you to the edge of space, that one bit of travel, takes boop 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 boom. 0 doesn't matter. 1. Assuming Pat is always boosting your ship, which I imagine he is.
I would be.
It takes you 9 hours to get to the edge of space. So literally, you set the coordinates. The ship takes off. Everything's inside there. You set the coordinates.
That includes
and then,
my increase of the hyperdrive or whatever. Not hyperdrive. The whatever it's called.
Oh, do you guys
drive
travel as a 3 drive core or 4?
I increase it by 1. That's part of my piloting navigation.
Pat does 2, so it's actually wrong. Okay, good call out. So that's
it should be a 5 instead of a 3.
No. Base is a 2, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And you guys jump into a 4.
Okay, a 6. 6 hours.
What is it, 2?
Yep. So 6 hours. So you can imagine that you start tooling up the ship's weapons or whatever while you're on ground. You're doing system checks and so on and so forth. Pat's character's doing that. Strix is doing that. You can imagine that Zenestthea is over there working on fine tuning the communications and so on and so forth, looking over the details of the array that's going to be joining you, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden, and Frait is just breaking down an item. As you guys, you started it while it was on the ground. You start taking off. You finish plotting your course and everything over the course of those next 6 hours. And then finally, you come to the edge of space where it's one of those moments. Wade, we're about to do the big roll. Before we do this roll, I don't know if anybody wants to say any words before we jump into it.
I love you guys. It's been nice seeing you.
You too, man. This is your pilot speaking. This may be the last time we speak, so let's hope this goes well.
Wow. Where's Zenestthea when we need her?
That's a 0 charisma modifier for you.
Okay. Wade, the good news on this is for this blind jump, you have advantage. I feel like we gave you a token or something like that for doing this. Did we not? No?
I
Okay.
don't recall.
Then you're going to do this. You're going to do /R. Oh, no. Or you should ask 2 different people in chat to roll it for you, shouldn't you?
Chat, you have let us down for like 3 straight streams. You're due to not fuck it up for us for once. What are they rolling, Scott? The D100?
You have advantage on D100, so you get the better of 2 rolls. Call out the 2 names, so it's not just random people, or unless you want it to be the first 2.
All right, do we have patrons that are in chat right now? I feel like they should do it. They just got us shit, so they should get the first chance.
Storm Pineapple is the biggest one that's in chat. Snaga happens to be a patron. I think True Initiative is. I could be mistaken. If Zilta Lily's here, I believe they are. I'm not 100%.
All right, Storm said that they can't continue next month, so this is your chance, Storm, to really do it. You get 1. Snaga, I feel like sometimes we don't see eye to eye. But I'm going to give you this olive branch so that you will only ever root for the party. And maybe get Steve in line. You get the second roll.
You know that's not going to happen.
D100, both of you.
72 is pretty
All right, I'm going to read both of these.
72.
We got to wait for Storm Pineapples to pop up.
It might not because it was so close to the other one.
Yeah, just going to wait 5 seconds, and then they can do it. All right, so 29. A 29 is off target. Your void jump sends you wide of your intended target. So there is a chance of bad things happening, but it sends you out wide. But a 29 is not horrible. A 20 would have been terrible, Zilta Lily. I'm glad you didn't get Zilta Lilies. that puts you in the black, in the deep space, all by yourself. Fortunately, Snaga did come through for you. Okay. They actually dropped you near to your target. So it's one of those things where when you drop out of, so you do this thing, this big FTL jump, and you go for it. You press the thing, and the good news is you don't immediately hit a star or anything like that. But you can imagine while time is passing, as you are doing, give me 1 second to actually roll the die here. This is going to be, what the fuck are you called? Hit this one. 1, class 4, 0, bump. So over the next 9 hours, I can imagine everybody is scared shitless the entire time.
We're gonna try to get there? Where the fuck are we? I don't know.
I imagine, Graff, you do not get off of your ass to go out back and start working on armor. I imagine you stay in the cockpit watching this thing the entire time. Does that sound appropriate?
I think so. For the first blind jump, definitely.
The whole time you're like,
oh,
okay.
come on, you can get up. It's not that big of a deal.
I
It's
would
on
love to
autopilot.
have an excuse to like min-max this, but I do feel like Graff, when like one, the excitement of a blind jump, two, the absolute fucking terror and panic of like at any moment something going wrong, especially trusting math and star charts that are like 50,000 years old. I think you sit there and you're like, hands on the wheel, a tent. That's a fucking tough 9 hours. That's a tough time.
Don't worry, I'll
The other
bring you some
four,
Skyline chili. It'll be fine.
the other four are able to, take their appropriate rest, take their long rest or whatever it is to make sure that they are good to go. So when they drop out, they're all completely revved up and relaxed.
You think we'll be
or
able to sleep
maybe
during
anxious.
this?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? I would, but I'm busy that day. Nice. So, the travel finally ends, and when it drops out, Rena, I imagine like it's one of those things where you can imagine again. Graff says the whole, everybody, sometime in the next hour, we'll be arriving at our destination. Just 1 hour heads up, or however he would phrase.
Oh, he'd
that's
be
what
more
words in his
blunt.
mouth.
Everybody, in about an hour, we're dropping out, and we'll either be dead or lost, or where we're trying to go. We're somewhere in between. So, eat or whatever you want to do.
Is this where I
Case
give
is
us
the
our
end.
last meal?
Already ate mine. He says,
Don't
his
worry, I
stomach
can
growls.
come scoop it back up off the ground for you.
I'm gonna go back to driving.
This is where you realize I'm not using the comms. I'm literally just yelling down the hall.
Shuts the door.
My
Okay.
voice echoes through the walls. You think that door cannot save you?
Focus in.
Yeah, okay.
Pilot and shit and all.
What's some like good music to play when you're sad that your whole family died? What's like some good like sad music that Graff has on the radio the whole time?
Da, 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 da.
Love will abide.
Africa by Toto. Easy.
Is that Linda Ronstadt?
All right, so anyways, you guys, it drops out, and here's the fun thing, Rena, you're the first person that notices when it drops out because you're over in the communications area, right? Like you're looking it over. So literally, it drops out, and I can imagine Graff's like, okay, let's see where we are. We're all alive at least. And Rena, you can see you're still in the black. The space beyond between the stars, you're still there.
Void, cool.
But the good news is that you're not terribly far away from where it is that you wanted to be. Honestly, if you were to just do like a small jump, like we're talking, unfortunately, you have to waste another bit of fuel, but just another FTL jump for about 10 more minutes, you should be able to arrive in the system because you can quickly see how the system's there. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine she'll like get on the comms as soon as she sees, like as soon as they jump out, and says, okay, so we missed it by just a bit, but that's okay. If we were to do another jump for about 10 minutes or so in this direction, and she's like sending stuff over to him or whatever, then we should make it.
50,000 years and a couple mathematicians, 10 minutes ain't too bad. He'll say, like, not defensively, but, like, he's kind of puffing his chest a little bit, like, not too shabby, Graff, not too shabby.
It's close. It's really close. So she sends all that, like, info over or whatever.
All right, this is your pilot speaking. I'm going to do another jump, and in about 10 minutes, we should be fine this time.
You promise?
Nope,
The chili is almost done.
he does not promise.
10 minutes later, Wade, no check needs to be done. Unfortunately, you just have a burn of fuel, so I just set your ship to 7 out of 9. And you can feel that like as you jump into FTL. And about 10, 11 minutes later, you drop out of it, and then all of a sudden you find yourselves at the edge of the system in question. You have successfully made it. Before I go into describing things,
all 4 of us are here, and we have 7 of 9.
I mean, that's a good day. It's a good day.
Star Trek reference.
Cool.
You
I'm
didn't
gonna-
realize it.
We're going over here. We go into a little secret chat here. First GIF. I'm gonna write 7 of 9, and she's winking at you, Wade.
I mean, she's no Miranda Lawson, but she's a 10.
All right, back to game. All right, so you drop out. It's there. Any RP amongst you guys, or we're gonna get into describing?
Yeah, go ahead and describe it.
Cool. So, as you guys are, as you drop out of the area and kind of like looking into the system beyond, you can immediately see that everything is, of course, obviously, right, math, as you expected it would be at this point. All of the planets are in place. There's a binary system there. An initial check without making any skill checks or anything like that show you that the gravitational area and like the pulses coming off of the stars, the binary stars, are stable enough that at least where you are, there's no alerts, there's no dangers, there's no warnings, there's no anything. So as soon as you drop out at the edge of the system, everything seems fine. So before you go anywhere, you probably want to start going ahead and pinging for what information you can get or not. That's up to you. And after you're done doing that, or before you do that, you're going to want to choose where to put the communication relay. You can either A, leave it at the edge of space beyond even the orbit of the last planet, or you could try to go put it somewhere in in an orbit around one of these planets, so it's kind of like more stably there. That's up to you. Usually they're put in orbit around what are they called? Mass relays if they exist, or just the edge of space. But the option's up to you. Continue.
I guess we start pinging, searching around, seeing what's here. Maybe there is a mass relay, or maybe there is something that stands out to us. I think we do a little bit of recon first, and then we start sciencing this shit.
Cool. No objections?
Well, I can do recon, but I'm not very good at science.
I'm also not great at science, unfortunately.
I'm decently okay with science.
I have a 1.
I have a 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Somehow.
I
Strix
also
is better
have
at science.
I also have lucky. So
That's yeah. Honestly, not a bad person to be like a science-oriented person. It's like, yeah, go check out the, go check it out.
oh,
Strix,
yes,
if
yes,
anything
quite,
bad
yes.
happens, then
There's molecules in this cup.
yes.
Yes, very sciencey indeed.
Unless you're...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just saying, unless you're unless that cup is in a vacuum, like, that
True.
can't not be
It's-
wrong.
I know.
All right, continue. Sorry.
It could be my thing. There's no molecules in this cup. I think when I roll my science, it should just be Bill Nye the Science Guy references. You know, Bill. Strix. Do I just roll my science?
Yeah, so before you roll your science, why don't you guys go ahead and whoever's going to be kind of like scouting outwards, doing the ping. So I believe multiple people here happen to be proficient in what do we always use for this? Perception for the far out, investigations for closer up. So I think multiple people are proficient. Find out who has the best 2. Have the best 1 roll with advantage.
Said perception?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a 4.
Oh, I have a 5.
God damn.
I think it's you with advantage.
Yeah, it's you two.
No, see, that is one of the best gifts I've ever seen.
I found it myself on the gift searcher.
I literally watched the claw machine video like yesterday. So
I have to share this in spoilers. It's too fucking good.
You want to give the
My-
context as to why we were spamming that? Or
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
It
Rena,
might
you
be
rolled?
worth lucking to get to a 20, Rena, since we're
I was gonna ask if I should look or not. Probably,
well.
Do it.
huh? Yeah. Okay.
Woo!
22.
Roll max.
Only 2 luck dice left though.
Oh shit.
Perfect.
Hey, Chad, could we perhaps persuade you into giving us some luck dice, please?
From one neighbor to another, spare a cup of luck?
Can I have some more, sir?
No.
All right.
Okay, your guys' keyboard's broken? All the caps, damn.
Do I roll my science now, Scott?
Not quite just yet. Give me 1 second as I'm making as I'm making an adjustment for you, for what her perception gave her. All right, this goes boop, boop, boop. Gonna go brown from downtown. There we go. So, Rena, what your perception gets you is if you actually look at the spreadsheet that I have on there, that's going to show you that you actually discovered something that the telescopes weren't able to do beforehand. So for better or worse, you noticed almost nothing out there. No dangers, no ships, no massive signals coming off, no anything else whatsoever. So the good news is you're not getting any signs of that, right? You're not finding any derelict Reaper ships or anything. That's great news. The bad news is you found nothing exciting. The most exciting thing that you found was apparently between the inner planets, if you will, and between the 3 inner and the 3 outer planets, there happens to be an asteroid field that's out there. However, with the 22, you do notice that the asteroid field does have a mix of being like, just straight rock, but you could also pick up a considerable amount of like metal alloy coming from inside of it as well. That's all you can get with your 22. So luckily, no dangers that are imminent, but there's an asteroid field. All right, Pat, before you roll your science check, for you to roll your science check, it's to be studying one specific thing. You have to have samples of it and so on. What would you be rolling? What are we looking to study? Because you probably have to get closer to it. It's like survey a planet or a moon or what have you.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't know what I had to roll for science for this. Is there something that I should be looking out for?
Nothing yet. You have to actually get close up to one of the planets to properly survey it. You can't do it from way over here.
We have probes.
It's like why
we
you have
two
probes.
I
The
thought
probes
we had
make
a
it so it's super fast. Yeah, the
Okay.
probes make it so it takes only like an hour or whatever it is. Whereas if you want to spend an entire day doing it, that's where Pat's character kind of comes in.
Okay. Can I use one of the probes, or should I not use the probe because Wade's got the half chance?
It would probably be Wade using the probe because the half chance when you guys
guess
go
for
over
me,
to
I
a
would-
planet to do it.
For me, I guess I would just wait until we got a little closer then, no?
You can
Okay,
science check anytime, right? Like you could search while we're out here.
Well, the science is for what? So she did the perception to look for things that are out there. Science is to be researching a particular thing. There's no particular thing for him to research at the moment.
Oh, I see. Well, could he try to find
Yeah.
out what the metal is in the asteroid, or do we need to get closer for that?
Closer, same idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think from a piloting perspective, I would probably bring us through by like Dillanaga to Irissa to Kurin to Samara, kind of in that order, so we can check out those different planets on our way to the one that's most likely the one we're going to be by.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds great.
And you said since there's no mass relay, typically when you set up a communications device, it is on the edge.
Yeah, so you guys could potentially do that before you
We'll do
even
that
start
before
traveling.
we go out, I think.
Cool. That takes multiple days, but you're welcome to start working on that, of course. Now, Strix is actually going to be the one that's leading on this one because he's clearly the engineer. And
Would it be more... Whenever we're communicating, can we give them information?
yeah, so the way these communications relays work, the way that it works in the Mass Effect universe, like when you play in the video game, when people are literally half a galaxy away and the way you're able to talk to them, it's because of these relays. It's just staticky and whatnot when you're further and further, right? But so
maybe
this would
we
make it so you
wait.
can clean.
Maybe we hit up Dillanaga, Irissa, Kurin, Samara, and then we go to the edge of space and put it out and actually have information to give them about what we found out.
Sounds great to me. I think half the parties went poop, but
Who's our Pathfinder?
I think that's you.
I think it's
No, I'm here.
I'm the Pathfinder.
you were the Pathfinder all along.
Where are we? Like, which one are we closest to?
Great question. Why don't we actually have the next person in chat go ahead and roll me a D4 real quick.
What's the order?
Like reading a compass. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So who was the first person that rolled? Was Patrick. I'm ignoring you. Next person was Storm Pineapple, rolled a 4, so it's going to be West. And now I need give me a D20. Just try not to roll above a 16.
Get a 1, get a 1, get a 1.
But West puts us near Samara.
Woo, a
I want to be
4.
there last.
4.
4, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to be right here in this spot. Let me go ahead and change this image for you so you know kind of like where you appeared. But Wade, where you get to air quotes last, don't forget, it's the same amount of time traveling between locations, unless like I did portray them as being super close. Usually it's the same amount of time because you just travel slower when you're going shorter distances, so you don't smash through them. Anyways, let me color for this for you. I'll make orange for the party. So you kind of appeared here. All right. So the question that Wade is posing, so that everybody's here now, do you drop the relay and start communications now, or more likely do the research first so you have something to drop the relay and then talk to them about?
We can RP it.
Not everybody at once.
I like.
Oh, I
dropping
thought you were
the relay.
asking. I thought you were asking Wade. Sorry.
No, Wade posed that question to you guys.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
liked the idea. It made more sense.
My thought is we might eventually want the relay right about here, but maybe we should figure out some stuff to tell them first. From where we're currently at, we can actually do a loop and send out a probe, or at least do some scans of each planet along the way, bounce back here to Samara last, then build the communications, let them know what's going on, and hopefully have a little paradise to land on.
I agree. From a safety standpoint, in case we run into anything, it would be nice to have the communication set up before, but obviously I realize that will take some time, and I know we're eager to start looking around since we just got here.
As far as I'm concerned, this is your call, so we'll follow your lead.
Let's go ahead and let's do a loop first. We can come back and set up communications before we decide to land anywhere.
All right, buckle up. We're gonna head over toward Ladania first. Scott, where's the asteroid field? Can you mark that on here so we know kind of where we're...
Yep, it's the brown ring. That's why there's a thick brown ring there
else
now.
to me, but it's good to know.
Okay.
So we're gonna head to Ladania.
It's too much skyline chili. Is that what you're saying, Wade?
You're lucky if the ring is brown after you're done.
Oh,
The ring's kind of all over the place.
I'm just kidding.
green
Those
because it
go
came
through
out
you.
too quick. All right. Anyways,
so we're gonna hit Ladania, Dillanaga, Arissa, Calicia, Huron, Samara, back.
would chat does shut up, Scott? It's a drunken Tolly yelling nerd. It so surprised the hell out of me for a second.
I want to hear that.
All right. Anyways, so back to you guys. So yeah, you wanted to sorry, Wade, south. So you said Calicia, Kurin, Samara, yes?
Basically, we're just going to do a full counterclockwise ring. Ladania, Dillanaga, Arissa, Calicia, Kurin, Samara, communications device.
Oh, you want to go by all of them?
I figure that's because the information we have is so old. it might look better when we make our report to have something to say about each world, whether it's a scan or a probe or whatever.
Sounds fucking great. I love it. All right, cool. Let's get into this. So first and foremost, just doing that first jump, and then we're going to make decisions from there. I believe, again, you guys jump this, make the jumps go at a 4. So give me 1 second to say how many hours it'll be between each one. So Pat is spending a tech point each time you guys do this, which isn't a big deal. So it's going to be 1 sublight jump at class 4, takes this long. 6 hours between each one. So not the end of the world, just means that you'll probably be taking rests at some point. So your first jump is going to get you all the way over to Dilanaga, right? So when you guys first get to the first world, Wade, it's important to note for your character that upon arrival here, because you were awake from that whole time beforehand, you're awake for the full journey over, and now you're awake for the journey here, your character's getting legitimately tired, like pretty tired, whereas they're all okay because they actually got some time to rest and what have you. Do you want to jump into research right now before you make any decisions? Because after this, I'm going to start giving you 1 level of exhaustion, but I'll let you potentially have this planet first before I hit you with it.
I think getting some research on this planet would be good, and then I'll probably take rest while everyone else is already rested, right? I'm the only one that hasn't.
Yeah, correct.
I'll hit this one up, and then I'll take.
Sure.
I think the excitement of like the first world would be too much.
Sure. I don't disagree. So this goes to all of you now. When you guys arrive at this planet, Dilanaga, let me make sure I actually have my sheet open. I do not. I want to open this. I want to give you a description. So on the approach, you have for looking over the planet, you have a few options. A normal probing of a planet. Not probing. A normal surveying of a planet takes a considerable amount of time. You can do a quick 1 hour test. You can do an 8-hour test, or you can do a full 24 hours test to get as much detail as fucking possible off of this planet. If you use a probe does the 24-hour thing in 1 hour. That's the perk of using a probe. So it's kind of up to you guys how you want to do this.
I think we send a probe out on the first world because I'm tired and want to rest. Yeah. So I would want to send a probe out and we'll see what happens.
I
cool.
agree. Yeah, the probe's a good idea.
So then wait. Yeah. Pat, please.
No, I was just going to say, if anyone's... I was going to suggest doing a probe, but only if if Graff was awake to do it.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have that 50-50 chance for the probe, Wade. So when you send the probe in, you go ahead and make me a science check for details. I'm going to read this really quickly while you're probing. And then roll your 50-50 or ask somebody in chat too, but tell them what does what with the 50-50.
Is it a normal science check?
Just want to make sure I read this correctly. Actually, you know what's funny? You just automatically succeed if you use a probe.
Well, you should. They're expensive as fuck.
Yep, you just automatically succeed. No science check.
I think the payout is literally just breaks, right?
Correct. Exactly that, sir. You are 100% correct there. And Wade is a 50-50 shot of it not breaking.
All right.
Good luck.
And he gets additional
Storm
insight.
Pineapple. You get a chance to redeem yourself.
They said don't pick Mem.
Yep, sure did. I didn't pick Mem. I picked them.
Yeah, Memetim doesn't come by
so
here
hold on.
anymore,
Before
sorry.
you roll anything, is it odds and evens or how are we doing it?
Your call, 50-50.
Yeah, you call.
Odds the probe is safe. Evens it breaks. Roll whatever dice you want.
Good luck.
Odds to survive.
Odds to survive.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Just roll a 39.
Hey!
Just roll a D1. It'll be fine.
Do we still have to go get it?
All right. This is what happens. So you send the probe down to start exploring this world and getting some details from it. When you do a full planetary scan like this, whether it be Pat doing it the proper way for 24 hours or Wade just correctly navigating a probe down into the world to do so, you learn a whole bunch of stuff about the planet. This is what you're going to find out about this planet. So this is an ice planet that has extremely cold temperatures that if you were to walk out even inside of your guarded suits over a period of time would eventually cause harm to you and would cause you to freeze up. However, one of the things that the probe does find out while it's down there is that this planet happens to be rich in both platinum and palladium. Things that could be potentially collected if you wanted to spend some time actively trying to acquire it. In doing that research to find out about the platinum and palladium, it finds out slightly more important detail. Underneath a layer of frost, of ice and whatnot that's accumulated over the course of 50 fucking thousand years, there's apparently an old Prothean facility that happens to be there. Judging based off of what you can see from the structure and whatnot, the scans of the facility, of the external part of the facility that you get, you're guessing it's probably an old mining facility, especially since it's near the pockets of platinum and palladium that happen to be nearby. Give me 1 second. So this planet, as you know, is the furthest system from the binary star. Of course, you know that has a lot of resources. Rena, roll me really quickly a history check, specifically Rena. And any other details I should say about it? Nope. Those are the details you're able to grab from them. I'm looking over details over here. So you know about the technology, you know about the atmosphere, you know that it's not poisonous, but it's extremely hazardous. There is no volcanic activity here. Oh, as for gravity and whatnot, it is going to be unfortunately 1.4 Earth Gs. So this is going to make your characters feel heavy, makes walking a little bit difficult there, and so on and so forth. But the atmospheric pressure, while the atmospheric pressure is great, that's only if you're going to be outside of the facilities. God forbid you chose to actually search inside of them. Rena, as for whether or not you get anything with that history check, did you want to luck it or are you happy with it as it is?
We only have like 2 luck.
Unless anybody gave you more.
I guess I could see if I can get over that 15.
Mm.
Yeah.
So with your 14, let's see if you pick anything up with this one. Yes, you do know what this is. So the planet, which is Dilanaga, this is actually named after an Asari matriarch by the name of Dilanaga.
Wait, we're changing planets?
Nope, you're still into the first planet, which is Dilanaga, right? The
I thought it was
outermost.
Ladania.
Oh, the outermost planet is Dilanaga.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fine.
I see
Okay.
what you're doing there. Okay, sorry. Yeah, my
That's okay.
apologies.
We can do Dilanaga first. That's fine.
Yep. I'm sorry, Wade. Now I understand what you were trying to do. So let's I gave you all the wrong details. Oh, Wade, while you're writing these notes, because it looks like you are, or Rena, if you're on the spreadsheet, I don't think I gave you writer's access. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me give you writer's access.
I'm taking
Anyways,
notes off
Lincoln-
of it. Rena can take notes on it if you want.
So Rena, if you actually click on those little, like where it says Dilanaga, a little box pops up. You can actually write inside that little box for notes inside there if you care to.
So
All right, let me
platinum,
continue.
palladium, Prothean research facility, potentially mining. That's what we've
I
gotten
can
so
only
far.
view it.
Prothean mines specifically. Rena,
Try
refresh and you'll be
refreshing
good.
your-
Let me try.
All right, so Dilanaga was the name of an Asari matriarch who is renowned for writing just like long journals and large amounts of like kind of Asari important literature over the course of her, greater than 1,000-year lifespan. At some point in time, she broke up her journal of her innermost or most important writings and kind of scattered them throughout the galaxy for individuals to kind of find, to piece together the message that she had. While there are many out there that are searching for the true meaning of the messages that she left out, unfortunately, nobody is found. Nobody's been able to acquire. First of all, nobody owns all of the pieces. There are multiple owners of either one or multiple pieces, and it's believed not even all of the pieces have been discovered yet. So this planet was actually named after her, just so you're aware. I don't know if you care to note that down, but Dilanaga, important Asari matriarch. writer. All right, Wade, that's what you're able to find out about this planet. It only took an hour. Are we saying that the party should rest here?
Yeah, I think. Do we have to actively do something to get the resources off of it?
Yeah, if you want to rest here, you can actually have spend 24 hours actively collecting resources.
I think we probably should. These are valuable, right?
Yep, the probe will go down there and it does it for you automatically.
Cool. How
You
much?
go
you-
rest,
you
Captain.
break
I'll go be a little miner for the day.
Well,
So-
when I say automatically, somebody has to man it. And Pat,
That's
you were
a fact.
absolutely welcome to be the one that mans it. Ed Wade?
What do I put in our cargo? How much cargo does it take?
Yep. Give me one moment. I have to look up how much you actually found. And it is. So this planet is rich in, I said platinum and palladium, which are rare elements. And for how much you find down there, because it's been mined before. Let me just read this description one more time. What was written down before? It is. What they mine? Half a tick here. And the answer for you is it is at a. Yeah, so unfortunately it's only moderately filled with this. So what you have to do is you have to roll a d8 for how much platinum and a d8 for how much palladium. So technically it'd be pour of each. So ask somebody in, or Wade, roll a d8 for how much platinum, and Rena roll a d6. And Rena a d6 for how much palladium.
Roll 1d6.
I keep saying the wrong thing. I'm so sorry.
Nice. We found just 4 platinum.
Cool. So Wade, that's only going to take up 1 cargo spot so far because you can fit 10 of those instead of a cargo spot. It's important to note that because these are rare, each one of these is worth 500 credits. And again, I do not screw you on the value of these. You get it 1 for 1, no matter where you go. So Pat, your character is going to sit here and kind of like take care of this. Well, Messy, Rena, and Wade, I imagine all of your characters are resting. Yes?
Yeah.
Cool. So after you guys take a long rest or what have you, while this is being taken care of, and Pat, you're actively mining, why don't I actually have the ship's passive perception for a second? Where's the ship? I closed it.
It's
probably
everything's a 10,
10.
so it's a plus
Yeah.
0 modifier and everything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a 10. Okay, cool. So nothing pops up for you guys. Details are plain. There's an uneventful time resting there. But I need to do... Where's my other thing? I'm just trying to find all my different shits. DM stuffs. Here it is. I need one person in chat to go ahead and roll me a D100.
Oh, me.
First person in chat. I don't care who it is.
Even me?
That is not a PC.
God
I got a
damn.
roll of 69. Yeah, Zilta Lily. Wow. You know what
That's
happens
impressive.
when you roll 69? The party gets fucked. So
Oh.
with the 69, nothing happens. It is uneventful. It is the least exciting 69 ever. And the next day, so Pat, your character's a little bit tired, but you've been able to properly extract. So like literally as they're kind of like getting up and getting ready to start moving or whatever, you're having the probe pulled back into the ship. You have your suit on or whatever, so you can get it through the airlock while everybody else is inside their rooms with the doors shut and locked off. You get the probe back into the ship with the different ore, and you have the ore, of course, decontaminated and put into storage. And unless there's any RP, you guys could start your next 6-hour jump to the next planet.
How long did I mine for?
Probably a good 8 hours or so.
If we're jumping, I guess I would need to help you jump, right?
This is
Yeah,
just
you
sublight
literally just
travel, but yeah.
infuse. It is sublight. You literally just spend one turn and you infuse the thing with your energy, effectively type in a code, and you can go to bed if you want, Pat.
Okay, cool.
I guess we hit up Ladania next.
We're doing the world tour. Yay.
All right. So when you get to Ladanya, Pat, while they're doing the first survey, I imagine you're going to be sleeping, but then you're going to wake up and then you can take care of the next part, which I'll get to in a moment. Wade, I assume you want to gamble the same probe?
Yeah, I want to keep at least one for Samara, but as long as we still have one functional, we'll use it. Might as well.
Cool.
So we'll
Go
show
right ahead
that
and
down
roll.
to Ladanya. Zilt, I don't know if you've rolled anything yet, have you?
Every time they roll horribly, except for that 69 that they just did, baby.
Let's go Zilt. I want evens to keep the probe. Evens to keep the probe.
And another 69, Zilty Zilt. Rolls a natty 1. Fuck you, Wade.
Pat, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. We lost the probe.
All right, so the probe is destroyed, but it does still send up information. It still succeeds. It's just gone. 25,000 credits. But, so, here we go. Details about this planet for you. Where were we? And of course, you guys can always go planet side on any of these planets. I just keep having to find them because it's a long ass thing that I'm looking for. All right.
Do we have probes
So-
marked on here somewhere, or is there a place I can...
I think you have it marked at the top of your where your systems are on your ship.
Probe times 2, there it is.
So, funny enough, I have lots of details about that, but nothing about the other thing. That's hilarious. Okay, so first and foremost about this planet, this is a violet-covered gas giant that's there, and it happens to have, as I said beforehand, an anomaly that's floating around it. Very quickly, after you get over there and you're starting to drop the probe in, Rena's able to pick up by sitting by the SSC. She's able to pick up that that anomaly seems to be an old space station. Details about the space station you're not going to have until you start actively looking into the station itself, which might be, a combination of investigation and science checks soon. But for now, there's an old space station that's orbiting around it. For the planet itself, it's actually important to note that this planet, while being a gas giant, has nothing of significance inside of it. As a matter of fact, looking at the planet, aside from the fact that it seems to have like a stable amount of, it has a it must have geothermal activity inside of it because it has a stable magnetosphere around it, which is great because that means that anything that's going to be in orbit is going to help deflect some of the binary stars radiation that comes off of it, making it so that it allows a solid area for this space station to A, orbit around, and B, have some protection from the actual planet's magnetosphere anyways. But overall, the planet has nothing exciting. Extremely dense, extremely heavy gravity, extremely hot. It's a gas giant. It's frightening as fuck. You don't want to land there. You'll get destroyed. Your ship will last a period of time if you were to hang out in the clouds there, so on and so forth. Wait, it doesn't even have helium-3 value to it.
I'm glad we lost a probe for that. But
Yep.
the space station's pretty exciting because that's probably old as fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would be interesting to check out, but not right now.
So I imagine shortly after Strix, Strix wakes up soon, and there's a bit of a buzz or excitement going around as we can jump into the RP about the station.
Sure.
Rena, you're the one that discovered it.
I wonder what's in there. How long it's been. Can't be much, right?
Hard to say. I mean, not many people from our neck of the woods have been here in a long time, but 50,000 years is a long time for something to be potentially sitting there not being bothered. There's a good chance there's some information, though, that could come in handy to your folk, or us, for that matter.
Oh, I agree. I definitely think it's worth looking at, but will we finish looking at everything else first? I know it's been kind of uneventful so far, which, I mean, is a good thing, right?
Uneventful is good. I mean, we could check it out before we go on. We don't have to board it necessarily. We could at least do some scans. Maybe Frait can see if it can boot up or something.
Unless it's a planet made out of ship parts, I don't think I'm going to be able to do much with it.
The space station?
Oh, the space station. If we can turn it on.
Yep. Well, that's the big question.
Hey guys, good morning. I heard space station.
Yeah, we're gonna get in a little bit closer and take a look, but who knows what in the world kind of defenses or traps or anything else could be on
Isn't
this
that-
thing.
If you can get me on there, I could take a closer look, but maybe he can do some reconnaissance. Don't you hack into cameras and stuff like that?
Well, let's see if this thing's even operational. Odds are it's not online, at least at the moment.
Wouldn't be much that you could see with it being offline.
All right.
Not from here
Well,
anyway. Not without
let me-
going down there.
Scott, can we scan it at all from where we are? Or do we need to get close?
No, you're in orbit around the planet. You can definitely do a scan from here. You just imagine you would travel a little bit closer to it. It takes your characters like a half hour or so. And then you can, yeah.
Is this investigation?
So whoever's the best for investigation, and if there are two people that are trained in it, you're welcome to assist each other. And Pat, this is where you're going to want to do your science check.
Okay.
I have a 3 and I am.
I have a 0, so no for me.
Are you guys check marks?
Messi, do you have investigation or no?
Oh, investigation. I'm sorry. I thought you said science.
I'm science.
Yeah, before.
You should roll
check
with
mark.
advantage then.
All right.
And then Pat, you're going to roll science normal.
Oh.
You guys are welcome to luck if you'd like.
Hey!
Sexy! Look at you.
Feel objective.
Wait, Zilt rolled a 20 right as you did.
Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Should Zilt be rolling with you? Are you just a marionette on Zilta Lily strings?
No, we should ban Zilt, actually, I think.
Oh,
They did cost
okay.
us 25,000
They
credits.
did. They did.
But,
But
you know, it happened.
Can we
might-
timeout, Zilt, please?
I might use lucky for this. Just letting you know, Scott.
Ooh, I wouldn't.
Why not? He can roll higher. He gets to choose the better of the two.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Yeah, why not? Boom.
Because how many plants are left?
Okay.
Do you want to luck the
A
18?
lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna luck the 18. Okay, 22.
Wow.
4 more planets.
Cool. The luck dice like you guys today, and you keep getting more of them. That's good news.
Thank you, Chad.
Who's Chad? So,
I like
anyways,
the anomaly aspect of this, by the way. That's very, it feels like Mass Effect. An anomaly like that. That's fun.
Cool. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, when you guys are actually looking over the space station, you fucking crushed it. So Pat, not Pat. Sorry, I'll get to you in a second because you get the badass thing on yours. Messy, with your scanning of the station, and the fact that you happen to have extra information that you get from doing investigations over guns, you notice that the station itself is obviously powered off. There's no doubt about that. There's not a single signature coming off of it, and you can see why it's powered off. There are huge fucking holes that are blasted through it. There's actually a whole chunk of area of the space station where it's cracked, and it looks like the station itself should have split into multiple pieces and dropped into the planet below. However, based off of the rigidity of the structure, or I suppose even the flexibility of it, because it was able to handle it and not fall apart, it did not break in two. It was not torn asunder. And so it's still able to hold orbit that's here. But Messy, looking at the actual damage that was done to the station, the kind of scarring or scoring along the side, the scrapes and what have you, really looking into it, there's no doubt in your mind these are the kind of attacks that came from the Reapers. You can tell, no doubt, Reapers absolutely hit this place. It has all the telltale signs of it. That being said, destroyed, no energy, so on and so forth, it is still mostly intact. While there are undoubtedly many of the rooms in there, if not most of the rooms in there, destroyed, it is still very possible there are some rooms intact that could have goods inside them.
A
Functioning
new Prothean companion.
or a Prothean companion, because Wade wants to make love to a Prothean. So that is a there's like a lot of viability to this place. You honestly wouldn't be surprised if even just the hull damage, because the kind of metals that they're using are within reason that they could be repaired, though not by you guys. They would require like a whole team of engineers and whatnot. Cool. Pat, you. You right off the bat, one of the things you could tell immediately, Pat, there's no atmosphere. Instantly. There is zero atmosphere inside that thing whatsoever. But with your 22, this is 21 to pick this up, you are able to realize that there is still a biotic barrier around it. Holy shit. There's a biotic barrier around this thing. That's likely why it wasn't fully torn apart. That's likely why it hasn't had a fully degraded orbit. That's likely why it has not crashed into the planet. And let's talk about crashing into that planet. There is no doubt in your mind, looking at the trajectory of this thing with your 22 science check, the trajectory of this thing and how it's like spinning, the speed, blah, 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 maths, that sometime in the next decade, maybe two, this thing will eventually crash into the planet below. It'll just be so far gone that no amount of thrust will pull it from its trajectory into the planet below. So if the Asari waited to act another decade or two, this wouldn't even have been here to be found to begin with. So there's like a time limit on this.
It would just be in the planet.
Well, the planet is not traversable. It would be crushed and melted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then never mind.
Yeah.
No,
so
when you say biotic barrier, do you mean like not an artificial one, but like like one that someone's casting, or
likely an artificial one? So there's a biotic barrier that's around your ship right now that allows it so like when you guys do things like do FTL jumps, you don't all turn into paste on the back wall.
Gotcha.
Right? Because of, G-forces.
I've
Right.
got one of those in my computer.
So can we pass through this without disabling the barrier, or do we have to disable it to check it out?
So here's the fun thing. When they make you aware of this, Wade, and we can jump into RP so you can feel free to talk about this, you know that normal landing procedures by passing through a barrier that's about as strong as what he's able to say, that probably would have fucked up your ship because you would have traveled towards this thing at a decent speed. And it would have probably fucked up your ship because barriers stop anything that moving beyond certain velocities. However, if you do an extremely slow approach to this thing, we're talking like a 24 to 48 hour time span slow approach to this thing. Okay. Then you could be as badass as Kaiju Kyle, dropping 10 gift subs and land without having your ship go crunch against the barrier. So, Pat, great fucking job finding the barrier.
I probably would have regurgitated kind of everything you said, obviously, to the crew.
Sure. And feel free to jump into RP beyond that.
Yeah.
I spoke over you, Pat. Go ahead.
No, I was done. Just for my own sake of just knowledge, because I don't know, is the biotic barrier, is it basically just a shield?
Yeah. Think like Star Trek, like
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
shields are at 10% power.
So, okay. I guess RP wise, I'll go into it. So obviously I told you guys about the shield and how it's gonna eminently just degrade into the planet. I don't know too much about all this, but do you think there's life on that on that station? I'll kind of say it kind of a little bit like,
I'm not a scientist, but it seems kind of doubtful. As far as I know, they've only ever found one alive, and doesn't look like this place has been patched up at all, or I'd say it's pretty doubtful, though.
And perhaps
now that we
there
know
was
about,
at some point. I mean, not, you know what I mean? Obviously, initially, but I'm saying perhaps there was somebody after whatever caused this. But,
How the hell is it still powered?
That's what I'm wondering.
one way to find out. Now that I know there's a barrier there, I can take us in slow enough to find out. But Be
Take
ready
her in
for
slow,
50,000 years of anything.
You want to go in now?
Well, we're here. That's one more thing to add to the report.
Oh, you're right.
I feel like maybe we shouldn't land before we set up our relay.
That's what I was thinking initially, but
Well, that's your call. We can always come back later.
We know that it's here.
it's not like it's going anywhere.
Can try broadcasting a message to it if there's anything receiving.
I mean, shoot, go for it. So it looks like what you guys have said. Reaper has probably shot the messenger.
He would nod, but he'd go over to the systems anyway.
You fluent in Prothean?
What languages do I know?
Nobody
I
knows
know I wouldn't
Prothean.
know Prothean.
Because I
I
don't
know
think
I
any
wouldn't know
of us do.
Prothean.
He's just gonna kick back and wait for you to send a message.
Knock, knock.
It's an emoji of like a guy waving.
I don't-
/
I'd probably try to do something really rudimentary. Just like a simple
1 + 1 =
no, like a 3-tone, like even a
Shay.
dot
shave
Dot,
and
dot,
a
or-
haircut.
or a dash, 3 dashes. Just something that they could respond with if they had anything that could send any kind of signal and match the tempo to, and that would be the call response he's looking for. So he would send just like 3 dots, just a single 3-dot letter or whatever to them in Morse.
You talking about to the Prothean station?
Yes.
So it's important to note that I said before, and there was no power online there that you were able to get with your Nat 20. But
Yeah, I'm aware.
you send the signal that way. You
Yeah,
wait
it
a
could
while.
be-
No response.
I think after he sends it, he'd even say, I'll stay by here in case they respond, but we should figure out what we're going to do next.
Well, I think figuring out what's on that station could be kind of worthwhile. But if you all want to wait till we have reinforcements en route, then maybe we hit up Irissa. So I gotta fly us out of here.
Just if something goes wrong and then we don't have a way to contact them, then we'll just be dead air. For
Oh, I agree with you. But every planet we go to, we're posing a risk of pissing something off. So at least this one looks dead. But the plan was to check them all out anyway, so it is one less risk for the time being. So let's just make a note to come back here after we set up communications.
You'll see Strix kind of making notes of coordinates.
All right, well, buckle up.
On to the next. No.
I'm gonna hold off our probe for Samara, so we're gonna have to do some manual scanning for the next few. I want to make sure the planet that they all think is gonna be the Golden Goose. We're prepared to get as much information on as possible. So
How long have we been traveling just this day, Scott?
God, let's see, 2 hours of probing, plus a little bit of scanning, and probably like another hour and a half. So it's 2.5 hours. Plus the travel time was 8.5 hours. Plus there was what you did at the other planet.
Well, I
So you're
slept
traveling over
between
there?
then and now, right?
Yeah, 14. She's been here about 15 hours in this system, I think.
they're not expecting an immediate response, right? They're okay with us actually scouting this out.
Honestly, it's probably different opinions among different things.
Okay.
So you could have gone many routes, and you guys being action first is probably a good thing.
Cool.
So
I say
Cool.
let's try to get to the next planet. I'll start running some tests while you all get rest.
All right, on to Orissa we go.
So it's gonna be another 6-hour travel as you heading your way over to Orissa, which is another gas giant. Man, it's a gassy system, huh? Oof.
When we
Now,
scan these planets, do we have to scan the moon separately, or is that part of the scan of the planet?
When you scan this, you have to scan the moon separately. So the moon will be depends on the moon, is the short answer.
Sure.
Some moons are very simple, some are way more complex. So here's an important detail. As you guys are over here looking this up, and maybe I should have given this to Rena beforehand with a forever check. Rena, I mentioned the asteroid belt before, but I was probably a bit of a misnomer there, and I do apologize. Asteroid belt gives you the mental image of it being a belt. So like a single ring that goes on a 2D plane, like most planets are on a relatively 2D plane around their star, right? Well, that happens because gravity eventually forces things down onto that plane and blah, 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 yay. This belt is not as smooth as that. It's actually more of it's closer to an asteroid semi-belt or an asteroid cloud, suggesting that at some point in time when whatever it was broke up to make this belt, it was not that long ago. Usually belts form over the course of millions of years. But if something was destroyed, say, only thousands of years ago, then, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, then it's very unlikely that it would have made a proper belt, if you will. So Wade, the reason why I bring this up is because as you're passing through here to go over to Orissa, to the next planet, there is a degree of navigation that you have to do. You can either A, go the long route and take 12 hours to fly there, and then no check, or B, let's go through it, and you have to make me a piloting check.
We have another decision to make here. It's going to take a while to go around the asteroids. It's not a really smooth transition here. I can try to fly through it, but if something goes wrong, well, we're on our own to patch it up. But it will be about a, I don't know, 10, 15 hour detour otherwise.
Are you confident enough to fly through it?
What does sound quite confident?
At least you're honest.
Oh.
I mean, I'm a pretty good pilot, but asteroids are hard to predict, so.
No, I agree. I know it's a lot of travel, but I don't know. You're right. We are on our own out here. Doesn't seem smart to take any kinds of risks like that, especially on our only form of travel. And not to be biased, but I'd prefer not to get stuck somewhere again, if possible.
Every party needs a pooper.
All right, slow and steady it is. Rest up or work on something, I guess.
Okay. So it takes 12 hours to get from where you were to Orissa, right? But the good news about this is while, unfortunately, the communications array that was designed by Rena, the weapons upgrades done by Pat, while those have worn off, this does give, Wade, you don't have to sit there in the cockpit the entire time. This does give you guys the opportunity to do a downtime activity, the two of you, allowing you to work on one more thing. So, Messi, you can break down one more gun, adding 3 more whatchamacallits. And Wade, you can start making the arms for Pat. Unfortunately, you can't finish it because you're going to want to add the extra modification into it so he can have 1 mod instead of 0 mods in his arms. But you can at least start the fabrication of that. That costs you... What was that?
Nickelback, look at this graph as it zoomed in on me. Molly sent me that and said, please watch this with the sound on. So I think she and Dana did that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Behind that, I love that.
That is amazing. So good.
I'll work on the arms.
Yeah, so just trying to remember where I wrote down the details for it, but it's just inside the fucking rules. So let me just come over here. I think you spend 2, right? Or because you're going all in, you're gonna spend 6 now and 6 later. I think is what it costs you. Yeah, so you spend 6 now and 6 later to make the fully make the arms with 1 mod.
Only take 3 away because I just made 3.
Okay, so down to 7.
Okay. Cool. Moving on. So that gets you guys all the way over to the other world in question. The world being Arissa. It's a gas giant, and now that you're here, you have 2 options. Option number 1, use a probe. Option number 2, don't.
Don't. We're saving
We're
that
not
one.
going to. I was going to be taking the time to research it.
Okay, so you're going to research. Before you research, sir, you have 3 options again: 1 hour, 8 hour, or a full 24-hour scan of this world. 24-hour scan, you'll get all the details the same that the probe would. 8 hours, you get less than, and 1 hour, you get very few. Yeah.
Do I am I up a whole 24 hours doing that?
No. You like set programs, you go to bed, you come back.
Okay. So it's not a full exhaustion. So I think I guess while we're like en route, I would ask everybody, how long do you guys want me all to be researching this? I could take the full day, I could take a half day. I'm not gonna research it for an hour. I think that's silly.
No,
Because we're not on any real big time constraint, are we?
No, the more we can discover, the better. It's definitely the point. Even
Yeah,
if
I'd
it's
say
not
take your day.
much.
We'll rest up, and I can get some work done in the meantime.
Sounds good. All right, so then I would be taking the 24 hours.
Okay, not a problem. Go ahead and roll me your science check. No matter what, you're going to get details, but the science check is for other stuff.
Okay.
Kajazar said, the talk of asteroids really makes me want to actually you guys.
It didn't
But
make sense.
sci-fi
I also-
settings.
I think
So-
they mean actually, and then tell us something about what we're doing wrong.
I'm lucky in this, Scott. So. Okay. Well. Not
could luck
great.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna luck it. Okay. Well, there goes my luck. So 14, Scott.
Okay, so this is what you're going to get with your 24-hour scan of the thing. Asteroid fields are very far apart. I'm fully aware of that. I know exactly how asteroids work. Unless you're going through a small, tight little cluster or whatnot, but you're talking about a real asteroid field. This is clearly something that's still chaotic. It's not properly set up and so on and so forth. I know. But sci-fi settings, you make it fun. Because realistically, asteroids are... To say they're kilometers apart means they're fucking on top of each other. So... But
actually,
So first and foremost, sir, this planet, its surface, if you will, or its atmosphere, is covered in constant storms, absolute storms everywhere. While you initially thought it was a gas giant, that's not entirely true. It does in fact have a hard surface at the center of it. It does have a solid core to it. That is large enough and thick enough to say that while it is a giant planet, so it's like a mega world, if you will. It's not actually a gas giant. But it is a barren world. As far as your scans are telling you, there is no life that happens to be on this world. Yeah, but hold on, let me continue going with this before. It does have a single moon that is named Cleo that happens to be going around it. But then after you get up from you go to sleep and getting up the next day and started pouring through some of the details or whatever they're going on, you actually get back some more information. There seems to be underground tunnels and whatnot. So curious of that, you have the ship brought lower into the upper atmosphere of this thing and continue to do more and more scans of it. It seems
Cleo
as
or
though
Arissa? Cleo?
Arissa still. It seems as though there is doing more and more scans of it. It seems as though that those underground tunnels go deep enough or large enough that potentially, if this planet does have any amount of life or anything that's worth it, it would be down there inside those tunnels. And you have a proper map out to be able to find tunnels that are large enough that a ship could actually fly into and potentially do a little bit of searching. You don't know how deep they go necessarily, but you can get the first, half kilometer to kilometer of scanning to get you down there. So there's the potential that there is more. See if there's anything else. It's hard to give you more details because of what you rolled versus the storms that are going on. And that is, the air isn't breathable. Oh, here we go. The air isn't breathable. But the atmosphere, while incredibly dense and thick because of the storms and whatnot, is not corrosive or poisonous. And here's the crazy part. Again, you guys thought it was a gas giant because of how big the atmosphere stretches out. The gravity on this planet is actually not as dense as you thought it would be. Meaning that while it is kind of like a mega world, its alloys, it's predominantly made out of like silica and other like lighter materials that it's designed out of. So that being said, the gravity here is only slightly greater than that of Earth's, even though its size is much greater. So probably like a 1.2, 1.3 Earth G with a dense pressure. So not breathable, not corrosive, not poisonous, but also dense.
Not
Pat.
habitual. You can't live there.
Habitable. No.
Habitable.
But somebody that's just tough like you, like a Krogan, if you were wearing just like a breathing mask, you would probably be fine there for like a long period of time.
Okay. I was gonna say an extended period of time.
Yeah, and Vorsha could eventually learn to adapt to a world like this, right? Whereas they, however, with a breather, even with just like a breather, it'd be very uncomfortable, borderline dangerous for them. All right, continue. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
I don't remember. I was writing everything down.
Anything about the moon?
Good question. So there is a single moon by the name of Cleo. So looking over the moon, Pat, you actually can see that you can see that the moon itself does have a degree of minerals to it. Part of the probe that you did beforehand, because it's a very simple moon. I just have to get to my sheet to where the rules are on this one. There is a scarce amount of uncommon alloys there. So there's a scarce amount of like a nickel on the moon if you wanted to mine it, but you'd be spending a bunch of hours to get what could equate up to maybe 1,000 credits worth.
Okay, so just...
Well, how much did you say the rare stuff was? That was only 500 credits.
Rare is 500, very rare is worth 1,500 per.
And this is
up to
250 per.
1,000.
250 per. But because it's scarce, it's only up to 4 of them that you could find.
Not worth it.
Probably not.
Okay. So I would regurgitate this all to everybody. I think I would look to Graff. Do you feel like you want to go inside the planet tunnels? Does that sound fun to you? Kind of saying that kind of sarcastically, like, no, this is obviously a very bad idea.
If we're playing it safe or even not, maybe we save this one for the Sorry expedition team. We've already gathered a lot of information, changing what they thought about the planet. So, what do you think, Zen?
Yeah, just mapping them out as we are is going to be really helpful. Once we have a proper team, then we can send people down there. I agree, Strix. It's not the best of ideas. I think we're better off exploring the abandoned space station.
Yeah, I'd agree.
On to the next.
I guess so. Scott, since we were here for a day while he was scanning, could we have gotten more stuff done so I could have finished his arms?
Yep. You could have absolutely finished his armor, yes, sir.
While you were working, Strix, I did finish up your armor, so
Ooh, gloves.
And you
yeah,
would have
I was gonna say wash them first, but
No. Nice elbow grease.
yeah, I did just kind of, yeah.
that
Thank
would
you.
have been the other 6 of your whatchamacallits, which would drop you to 1, but Messy could have broken down 1 more. bringing you back up to 4. Okay, now let's talk about other bits of equipment. If we're still talking about Pat, currently Pat's helmet can only hold 1 modification. In theory, you're going to want to make him a separate helmet that can hold 2 modifications so he can have both the mods that we had discussed beforehand put onto him. If you wanted to build that for him, that's going to take another 3 days and 15 Omnigel.
Jesus Christ.
Just to upgrade his helmet.
Can I melt down his old armor set?
Yes, you fucking can.
And my old armor set as well?
Didn't you already?
That wasn't part of what we'd recovered.
Then give me 1 second to get that answer for you. The answer is yes, but to get the amounts for you. Here we go. So for his armor set first, because it's a full suit, it doesn't work quite the same way as getting individual pieces. So, and I think yours was stock armor too, right, Wade? It was a full suit of stock armor. So all that gets you is a full suit of stock armor. The downside is you don't get as much as individual pieces. The upside is it's all done in 1 day. In which case, you're going to get 8 Omnigel off of each suit.
Cool.
So we can worry about when you can get that done afterwards. So
sounds good.
You finish his arms. Let's move on. So Wade, where was the next planet you wanted to go to?
Calisia. Lycia.
Cool. Then that's going to be another 12 hours of travel if you're doing the same thing with the asteroid belt.
Well, wait, that's outside the asteroid belt. Yeah. Let me bring it to RP. The orbit I wanted to do involved hitting up Calisia next, and then Kirin and Samara. But since we're going around this asteroid belt each time, it might be more prudent to hit up the other 2, get outside the asteroid belt, circle over to Calisia, then drop the communications.
If it's
Otherwise,
a faster
we're doing
way
an
of
extra day's travel.
It's a faster way of dropping the communications. I think we should take it.
All right,
Yeah,
should save us a
that could
day.
work.
So to Kirin we go then.
This is another 12 hours, Scott, because we're going around the belt again.
Nope, you're not going around the belt. You're staying within it because you're going to Kirin. So it's actually only 6 hours to get there. Yep.
6 hours.
So cool.
Okay.
You guys get there after only 6 hours time. You can imagine it's during this time. Well, Strix already slept or whatever. So you guys all arrive there. Good news, good news. And are we using a probe for this one, or are we doing
No
Strix
probe
scanning
till
it?
Samara.
So Strix is going to spend another 24 hours?
Yeah.
Cool.
Am
I have to math up
rolling-
how much time this is.
Am I
Yes, you
rolling
are.
science again? Okay.
Yes, you are.
I'm down to my last lucky dice. Should I use it or should I save it?
You're not using it on Samara, so
It's true. I guess I could roll and find out, right? Oof.
That's not terrible, but it's up to you.
I'll just roll luck for right now. Well, an 11. My rolls are getting crappier.
That's fine. I think that's fine. I think this one might potentially be one that we can go land on anyway at some point. So we'll see.
okay. I need somebody in chat to roll me a D100. If you roll low, things are fun. Anybody in chat, I don't care who it is. All right, nothing fun. All right, so you guys go to this planet. It is a hot, barren world that's here. Almost think like Mercury, right? But it is a hot, barren world that happens to be here. While you're looking at the planet, one of the things that you notice is that there is a strange type of creature that seems to exist here, Pat. I mean, honestly, you've never seen anything like it. It's large, it's plump. It is. I mean, these things are massive too. We're talking like the size of like shuttles and whatnot. They're fucking massive. The size of shuttles,
Or Wade's
borderline
ass.
the size of small ships, like the ship that you guys happen to be in. They have these weird appendages that come off of them. We'll get to some more details in a little bit. But these weird ass creatures that seem to be kind of like flocking around this planet, in different areas on it. Let's see. Obviously, it's the planet that's closest to the sun. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting on this planet outside of what I've just described. It is important to note that there is no atmosphere here, so it's certainly not breathable, and the temperatures are very high, so it's certainly not safe to have unshielded facilities here, so you'd likely build them underground if you were to put facilities here. And you have no signs of facilities or anything like that that happen to be here. Last thing I would say is gravity on this planet is going to be low because it's relatively small. Okay, so, oh, no, it's an anomaly. Pat, there seems to be no gravity on this planet.
Oh. Okay.
Which is fucking weird. How do you have a planet, even if it's Mercury-sized or slightly larger or whatever, that seems to have no gravity readings coming off of it? That's fucking weird. Hey, Rena, why don't you go ahead during the time that they're here and roll me a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Investigation check.
Would there be any life
You want
signs
me to
picked up?
roll?
Yes, ma'am. What's up?
Would there be any lifelines or any life detected on this planet?
Yeah, those creatures that I was mentioning, the big
Okay. I'm sorry.
bulbous
I'm
creatures
writing
with small like
everything.
the arms.
That's it
No.
though? There's nothing else?
There seems to be nothing of interest beyond the fact that there's no fucking gravity on a planet, and there's weird creatures on a world that has no atmosphere, seemingly no gravity, and is extremely hot, that happen to be flocking around, floating on it, despite the fact that they're like large, bulbous-looking creatures with almost looks like fins coming off of them. And again, I'll get to those details shortly. Rena, one of the things that you notice is occasionally, as he's telling you about these creatures, you think it's weird, and so you go over the scanners, and by doing the scanners or whatever that are over there, you come to the realization these creatures aren't just on the planet. Yeah, he discovered them on the planet, and while you were sending out scans to see where they were, where they're coming from, or whatever, they fucking come off of the planet too. They literally fly off of the planet and around it. Rena, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Is it all part of the planet? Is it a conglomerate amount of these little bulbous fucks?
It's all part of the plan.
Rena, these creatures aren't just like swarming around the planet and seemingly flying in space as well. They also seem to be flying together in groups and patterns, moving about, seeming to come off as very, should we say, territorial about the fact that you've been in orbit for coming at the tail end of 24 hours as he's doing the scan. One more detail, Rena. You spent an entire 16 years on a planet with humans, getting to know the people, the culture, so on and so forth. So you know more about humans than the average Asari, right? When you actually get these scans and Strix describes them to you in whatever hilarious way that Strix wants to shortly, you're able to identify them. The closest analogy you have in your mind is actually a human word. Manatee. And in case
That's
you guys don't
weird.
remember, feel free to Google what a manatee looks like.
That's what they
It's
look
what I-
like. That's the little
just a bunch
manatees
of
flying around.
It's
Space
the
sea
closest
cows?
analogy.
Mermaids, space mermaids,
Space cows.
space mermaids. Let's open the windows. Have them come on inside. Do they sing?
Other way to imagine these manatees is just imagine Scott on the beach with a tub of ice cream. Okay, cool.
All right, let's move on to the next planet.
So
What? This
Pat,
one's so much fun.
feel free to RP it out to them as much as you'd like to. Rena, Wade, Messy.
In terms of just time wise, I guess. There's these little bulbous fucks flying around the planet. There's no gravity. There's no atmosphere. Let's shoot
They're
them.
like manatees.
The fuck is a manatee?
It's a, well, it's a, I guess, an earth animal. But I don't.
Have
these
you
are-
seen
they're
these
flying in
manatees?
space.
Looking at Graff.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Ours didn't leave the water as far as I recall.
These ones are flying around and into the planet.
Yeah.
Permission to shoot?
Denied.
I
I
don't
think we
trust
should
them.
just get the hell out of here before they decide to attack.
They're seem like they're kind of territorial and we're encroaching. even
Just
though
because they
they're
look
not-
Yeah.
like a manatee doesn't mean they're peaceful like one. And for all I know, they spit lasers or something. So, We'll put it on the report.
Yeah. She like notates it.
How many of these planets have we written "don't go to" on them?
2.
0.
I mean,
2. Don't listen to God.
define go to. The only one that
Oh,
was
he's like
potentially,
Goku's little brother. Sorry.
God damn, I was about to make that stupid joke.
the only one that was potentially livable anyway, according to what their notes said, was Samara. But we also know now that Orissa has some underground tunnels and isn't in fact a gas giant. So we're getting something. But the next one's the one that we're hoping lives up to the hype. So I guess let's head over there. Scott, was another day pass, so can I break something down for this day?
Yeah, you could have broken down one of those 2 suits of armor to grab the 8 Omnigel,
I'll break
which
down
brings you up
Pat's
to
because in my brain it's bigger and bulkier than mine.
sure. What's it bring you up to for Omnigel in the tank?
12.
Cool. Messy, do you still have weapons that you could have broken down?
Yeah, I got a shit ton. I can do another.
Cool. You do one more.
That's
That brings you up to
3 more,
15.
so that brings us to 15.
Cool. That means you could technically start Pat's helmet, but I imagine you want to do the other armor piece first. Cool. So you guys are going to fly the rest of the way. So after doing that 24-hour thing, that rest happened during that, so you're good to go. And that allows you to fly the 6-hour flight to get you over to Samara to finally get to this planet. Now, with this planet, was the idea to drop the probe to auto-succeed in an hour? Okay. That way you can auto get everything, because Pat may have missed stuff on those other planets. Cool. So with Samara, Rena, I didn't have you make rolling history checks. I could do that afterwards. But so Samara is you drop the probe in. Who's rolling for you, Wade? And what are they rolling?
You thundering lizard.
Oh yeah, Cass, you're here. Cass, odds
on,
are
Cass.
good.
Odds are
Any
good?
die.
Odds are good. Any dice you want. D4, D12, D20, D100.
D69.
Give me an odd number. D69 would give us the advantage. Yeah, odds are really good on that.
It's a greater than 50% chance.
If we're allowed to use that, hell yeah.
I mean, sure. Somebody named Thundering Lizard should absolutely be rolling a D69.
we got odds. Oh,
They
wait,
rolled a 50.
That was
They
fucking
rolled a 50.
leafy.
God dang.
50. They just said 50. They didn't roll a 50.
They did just say 50.
Well, lizards aren't renowned for their intellect. You know what I'm saying?
Leafy, why did you do this to us? I thought that was my number. God damn it.
We got very excited. We need odds, Cass.
Helping. We didn't pick you to roll.
You're doing a great job helping. Thank you so much.
There is no
D50.
D50.
That wasn't one of the options.
Do you know what Dungeons and Dragons is?
D69 gives us the best chance.
D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20, D100.
Hey!
All right.
Let's go! 21.
Keep
And
the
you can have a beer
probe.
with it. All right, cool. So you get to keep the probe. All right, let's get to this. So first and foremost, it takes only an hour to do it too. First and foremost, it is in fact a garden world. It is a large and beautiful garden world that happens to have, that's why there's a box around it, that happens to have several rings that are around it, and even has 3 orbiting moons that were already pre-named. The closest happens to be the brightest moon, and it's also the smallest of the 3 moons. And it can be seen during most, that shit doesn't matter, so on and so forth, So its atmosphere, Rena, this is good news for you. Its atmosphere is actually very similar to that of Thessia. And winner chicken dinner, this planet has an abundant amount of Ezo, or element 0, inside of it, which is a very rare element. The planet's ecosystem also seems to be extremely well thriving. Like the ecosystem is thriving well. You have all sorts of plants, all sorts of creatures that happen to be all over it. The air is not toxic. The gravity is relatively normal. It's about 1 g, which is great news. It's about 1 for pressure, which is great news. Give me 1 second to keep going over details. Blah, blah, blah. So lots of plants, so on and so forth. Yep, lots of different creatures happen to be all over the world. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about any of this information. Terrain. So it is the planet itself happens to be covered in dense jungles. Where in some of those jungles have trees that reach way up into the sky, like very high into the sky. One of the craziest things that you notice with the probes, Wade, like one of the things that you have to double take and go back because you're like, the fuck is this? There is floating rock platforms. Like think Avengers 2. When they're like, all right, let's set it down and destroy the planet. That whole weird plot.
I was thinking Avatar with the floating rock waterfalls.
I never saw the second Avatar.
It's in the first one.
I saw that in 2012. So
I haven't seen the new one.
But yeah, anyways. So there's floating rock platforms that happen to be inside the air. The sea is extremely blue. And again, non-toxic waters happen to be there. At nighttime, you notice the sea itself, like even from space, you can see there's a change in what you notice. And the sea itself is filled with enough bioluminescence that it actually gives the entire planet on its dark side a slight glow, which is fucking nuts to see from space. That is absolutely jaw-dropping.
Jaw-dropping.
The downside.
Dodragging.
Dodragging. There are unfortunately pretty intense pretty intense storms that happen to exist on this planet. Now, sure, there are storms that exist daytime, nighttime, whatever, same as any planet anywhere that has weather that can kick up into a storm. But specifically, these storms happen to exist along, I forget what the area is called, but like the dusk line. So like as you're transitioning from daytime to nighttime, there just seems to be storms that travel along with the planet from daytime to nighttime. So every time it comes to nighttime on this planet, a storm rolls through. But this is where having the automatic success of a probe and Wade's additional information really kicks in here. These aren't normal storms. You're getting some strange fucking anomalies. They have to call Strix over to look at. And when you do, and we get to RP afterwards, Strix and Zenestthea to look at. Zenestthea, I think, is also decent with this kind of shit, additional information as well. These are what you would call biotic storms. Storms wherein literally the mass of things can be shifted if you're caught within the area of it. Your own mass can be decreased or increased inside the storm for periods of time, which could be exceedingly dangerous. That means gravity itself inside there is fucking scary. So on and so forth. Let's see. Places of interest. There happens to be a large, lonesome mountain that seems to be bisected in half horizontally, with the top half of it floating above the rest of it, which is abso-fucking-lutely nuts. And again, strange energies seeming to be coming off of that. And that is all I can give you for all of that. The moons. Great question, Wade, who totally didn't ask about the moons. There are three moons that are on here. Like I said, the closest moon happens to be the smallest, but also the brightest of the moons. It can even be seen most nights, even sometimes during the day. The second moon is unfortunately partly shattered, with its debris forming the rings around this planet. So you can imagine that the moons that are the rings that are there are relatively recently formed because of this. And then the farthest moon from the planet can rarely be seen at night. But even the furthest moon from the planet has a degree of an atmosphere to it. And so there could potentially be life on it, but you didn't get any details like that. Last thing I would say is Strix, go ahead and roll me a science check.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna use my last lucky. I think
Go ahead, sir.
that's a bit better.
Do you want to luck? You're lucky.
Yeah,
Okay.
18.
Cool. You actually realize that that shattered moon, the one that was broken apart, is actually raises question marks because the moon is broken, but that second moon that's broken apart also seems to have Ezo inside of it as well, which leads to the question: was this moon broken intentionally to get to the Ezo inside? Was it some sort of collision that happened in the past? Maybe when the Reapers came by, they happened to be bombarding the planet and the moon was casualty. Who knows? But the second moon does also have Ezo inside of it.
Okay. It sounds like a cool planet.
Yeah, by far this one sounds the most interesting.
Well, it should. This was the one. This was the planet we came here for.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not
and because you
somewhere
guys
we
spend so
can
much...
explore at night.
I also want somebody in chat to go ahead and roll me a D100.
Can we harvest Ezo from it?
Yeah. So that 24-hour harvesting thing, you guys can definitely do. When you do those 24-hour harvests, it is a whatever's easy to get your hands on. It's not like having a mining facility and mining over the course of many, many years, where there's like infinite amounts of money. It's like, hey, this is something we can scrape from the surface really quickly with our still functioning probe, but it kind of requires a probe to be able to do. Oh, I didn't realize Lance was rolling in chat.
I think
so
we should get a reroll because Snaga keeps rolling and we don't want to count an 11, right?
Don't worry, it's actually not low, it's high that matters. Go ahead, Pat.
Dumb, silly question, and you may have answered this as I'm writing everything down. With Ezo, is there any way to actually like safely transport this? Do we have the means to do so?
Yeah, you can imagine that with the small quantities that you would be grabbing, you would have the containment for it. But it is important to note that unrefined Ezo is volatile, so just don't have somebody shooting
bump
weapons
into
inside your
something.
ship.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't attach it to the cart with the different campaign. Never mind. Sorry, that's a Tesh reference. Sorry. Sorry. Moving on.
So nothing happens with the D100 roll?
No, nothing happens. Actually, I need high rolls for this and where you are.
Oh, okay. I guess let's spend some time gathering the Ezo. Do we need to roll for that?
Yeah, it's going to be 24 hours that you would spend doing that if you want to grab loose Ezo. Because you have a functioning probe, it automatically succeeds. You can actually grab Ezo technically from two different locations, both the planet and from the moon.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Which one you want to go to?
Which one seems like it would be more fruitful for the first one? We've got.
Oh, you're
limited
at
space.
the planet, so fuck it. Let's do the planet first.
Sure.
Okay. So unfortunately, I do have to make you roll for something. Remember those storms that I said caused problems, and it's 24 hours of doing this. So who's
Wade's just like think. What?
You automatically succeed on this. Ah, fuck it. Let's do the planet. By the way, you don't automatically succeed on this.
So normally,
Thanks for the reminder, yeah.
normally it's I would give you the average person rolling this a 50% chance, but Wade, because you're controlling the probe, I will actually give you a 50% chance with advantage. So you have to ask two people in chat to roll.
So generous. Thank you, our Lord and Savior, Scott.
Well,
Wait, am I risking the probe again to do this?
Yep, but don't worry. You could get a lot of money from this.
All right.
One
Tesh,
weight
you can
over.
roll a D100, or wait, is this
Ooh.
odds and evens again, or is this?
Yeah, same thing. But you're gonna do it with
Okay.
advantage. Who
We
people
want
Come on,
odds, Tesh. Roll one D100. We want odds.
Who's the other person rolling?
Who hasn't rolled yet? That's here.
Shulgin, I don't think has. A
Uh-oh.
10.
Uh
Tesh rolled
Not
evens.
Good, Tesh.
oh. Whoever. Wait, Leafy, you roll. You've been rolling odd numbers.
Leafy is an odd number. Yeah. Oh, that's Githane. No, Githane.
Okay,
Oh,
thank God.
leave
We
me
still
with
got
the
nine.
fucking.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Gatharian, you almost sniped that.
This planet is rich. This is the most important roll, Wade. This is the most important roll because it is 1,500 credits per, but it is only 1d12 that gets rolled to find out
Now,
who's going to roll the
1d12.
d12, and they have to roll high.
Wade,
We lucked
trick
this?
question. Wade, trick
No.
question. Make Scott roll it.
How would that be a trick?
Let me
That's
know. I'll
not a
press enter.
question.
All right, Scott, give us our money. Pat wants you. He's a dad now.
Yeah! Dads unite. Does it count if it's not in roll
Why
20
did you
since
pick-
we're in the game?
No, you know what? No, we shouldn't have picked Scott. What was this about? He did
was
this
Pat's
on
fault.
purpose. He controls the night bot.
I honestly thought he was gonna roll in game because, but you know,
Well,
Cat-
Sheldon rolled a 2 as well.
that's
no one was
true.
gonna pick Sheldon. Pat said Sheldon earlier, and I got the vibe that Sheldon would roll an even number and low.
Should have
All
been
right,
in
so-
game. See, I'm Snaga's saying it too.
That takes up the last 2
Roll
of your
in
one
game.
cargo spot.
Roll in
in
game.
No.
Roll in
But don't worry,
game.
there's one more spot where you guys can
Scott's a
still
bitch.
get it.
Scott.
So let's go over a couple details. Wade, that fills up that one cargo spot. That fills up the other 2 areas, 2/10 that I can take. And it's worth 1,500 each, which is great because it's EZO. All right. That was 20
1500.
each. Yeah, which is great. That was 24 hours. Messy, you broke down another thing.
What is the D12s are broken, dude? 3 2s in a row.
Somebody else roll it.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's like, somebody else roll it.
See, it's 12. Oh, it's, a 5. Sorry.
That's a 5.
Hmm.
It's working intently.
No, 5 rolls all under 6. Fuck you, Scott. That's why you didn't roll D20.
Okay, now let's roll. Wait. Well, let's roll in game. Wait. It didn't work.
How did you?
Oh my God.
the
Yeah.
R and the
Oh,
slash
now
are backwards.
Snaga wants to roll high.
Too fast.
Wait, did you add the 3 more scrap I just made?
Woo!
No, let me do that.
I'll allow that.
Never goes above 2. Where it's
There you go. It was rolled in game and it was a 2. All right, moving on. Wade, 24 hours passed. That means you could have finished. Wait. No, you would have broken down the other armor for 8 more.
Okay, I'm deleting that armor. We're up to 26.
with 25. I can make a special machine that just lets us milk stuff.
Yeah, quicker. Or you can keep working on upgrades and do that in the future. It's up to you guys. All right, so you guys travel the however many hours to get to the moon, and then again 24 hours of the probe. No chance of losing it. Automatic success. You can go ahead and mine this one for EZO as well. This one is not rich, however, it is moderate because it is a moon. So you have to ask somebody to roll a D8 for you.
Wise one. Roll a D8.
Wise one, roll a 1.
Come on, wise one, I believe.
I believe in a thing called love.
believe.
D1. What the fuck? Why are you rolling a D1? Roll a D8.
Not so wise one.
Whose side are you on?
No!
Hey.
Oh, that is what
Okay.
10,000 credits, I think. Right, 3
Well,
on 3 times 4 is 12,000 credits. That's half of a probe right there. All right.
We like that. Thank you, wise one.
All right, and Wade, that starts taking up a second cargo area. It almost finishes taking up a second cargo slot, just so you're aware.
Mhm.
Cool.
how
All
many
right.
cargo slots we have available? We only had 2 available, right?
You now have 1.2 available. No, you had 3 available.
Oh, we did
Oh
have
no,
3.
that's right. You only had 2 because one of them was the medical stuff.
Oh yeah. You
right.
did take another one. Yeah.
So
we
you have
got-
0.2 available. You can only pick up 2 more of something.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
So
Okay, so let's get back to RP then. I think.
Talk about the storms
Well-
and everything. Go right ahead.
We got a good amount of stuff here, but our cargo is getting pretty full. Maybe we navigate outside the asteroid, set up communications to open up some space, and then let them know that we at least found out about their paradise world and all the other planets. We got one more to scan at a space station, and we can work on that while they're sending everybody.
I like that. That's a good plan.
Yeah, I agree.
Meanwhile, I can cook us up a victory meal.
I already ate.
You look like you haven't eaten anything in days.
That's just what space does to you after a while. Why don't you take the first bite? I'll think about it.
It'd be that bad. And she looks over at Strix like, oh no.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's mid. It's the equivalent of going to McDonald's right before they close. You know, not bad, not great. Yay, congrats, we're rich.
Delicious. Thanks.
You're welcome. Don't
All right,
mention
Scott, we're
it.
gonna go set up communications. Do we have to roll for that?
Yeah. So, are you going to go around the same as beforehand, around the asteroid belt?
We're gonna go
So-
around it and toward the other planet that's left, which is Calicia, but we're gonna go far enough out to be not right on the planet.
Gotcha. So, because you were at Samara before, Calicia is. Oh, I see what you did. Cool. So 16 hours to go to the edge of space, but again, like past Calicia. So kind of you want to do one of these down here.
So we're gonna set up communications, hit up Calicia, then go back to the space station, and then hopefully rendezvous with the team after that.
Cool. Sounds good to me. So you guys are you don't have to make a check or anything like that. It's just again double the amount of time, 12 hours or so to get all the way over there to Calicia. No downtime activities at this point in time for you guys to go. Once you get there, you can start setting up the thing. It takes actually 3 days for Pat to set this up, and he just needs one person to assist him. It doesn't matter who this person is if there are other people that want to do other activities.
Who's doing this, Pat?
Me.
Pat plus one person.
Well, Messi and I can be working on stuff, so maybe we have Zenestthea help.
Yeah, I can.
Cool. Makes sense. It's he's the engineer, and you understand your technology better. Well, he understands technology in general, but your shit. You know, you're like, oh, let me translate that, or let me, I'll explain this. So, anyways, the two of you are going to be working on this for 3 days. This allows for 3 additional downtime activities. Messi, how many fucking guns do you have left? You've broken down a shit ton by now, this session alone.
I have 9 left.
Okay. Break down 3 more. Add 9 more, whatchamacallit, to the batch.
Okay. If we're gonna make Pat a helmet and he has a mod in his current helmet, do we have to transfer that mod?
So normally speaking, you have to pass a DC 20 check to pull that mod out without breaking it. However, that mod was given by Patreon. So I will allow that mod to be taken out over the course of, I think it takes an hour or something like that, whatever the rules say. I'll allow it to be taken out without breaking it once.
What?
And then after that, you have to roll checks as normal.
Okay. So should I
You're
go
welcome,
ahead and
Ross.
do Pat's helmet? Or Messi, should I start working on your character's armor?
I need
Don't
a
worry
full
about
set,
him.
so
As I
it's
say-
gonna be a while. I think maybe just finish the chrome
Okay.
and stuff, and then move back.
So, Scott, you said 3 days to do his helmet?
Let me confirm that for you, sir.
That's how much time you just told us we had, so I'm assuming.
It takes 2 days to make a regular one, an additional day to add the extra mod slot for the total of 2 mod slots, and it costs 15 Omnigel. If you wanted to go all in and make him the last helmet he'll wear, you can actually go 4 days and 25 Omnigel, and it's a 3 mod slot helmet, and then you never have to worry about pulling mods out of it again. He'll never have to worry about putting him into new helmets. He'll just keep this helmet with
Okay.
all max mod slots.
Let's do it.
Okay, so that's 4 days, but it takes 3 for him to finish assembling. So we'll get to that last bit afterwards. So you've
25?
effectively, yep, it's going to be 25, but you're just not done with it yet. Yep. I know, I got to go trim my beard. Leave me alone. All right. So, you, sir, after 3 days of busting your ass, the 2 of you are able to finally get this communications array up and running. Like, and it goes on. Rena, you're able to go back inside and you can test like a test signal, and you get a ping back with the appropriate result. You do like your little adjustments, so on and so forth, and you can finally set up your first communication. And after this first communication, it's coming in because like it's not fully established on their side. So it's going to come in staticky, and there's going to be like kind of like a relay delay. And it'll take a few days for it to be fully up and functioning with a proper connection. But do you want to open up a proper talkie-talkie channel? Or are you like, honestly, we're fine. Let's just send them a data package to start with like a compiled bit of almost like a zip drive of info that we have so far.
I guess I'll just send whatever info we have to start with.
Sure.
That way they can
Now,
start looking through it.
Now, the good news is, because you obviously set it up, you have the correct details you need to connect to this. You no longer need to sit next to this array. If you give it 3 more days time, where you could do other things, eventually it'll come fully functional, and your ship will be able to ping off of that over to the side, no matter where you are inside the system. Now, I say that, but like if you're over near those crazy storms, or if you're inside of an atmosphere, so on and so forth, that could cause problems. If you're too close to the stars, that can cause problems. But for the most part, anywhere on the system in 3 days' time, you'll be able to communicate through it. Okay.
Yep,
Cool.
sounds good.
There's no double dipping on planets that we've harvested from, right? So we can't go back to their ESO rich.
No, because the thing with those planets is you found what was loose and easy to grab.
That's fine. But it would look good if we put it in our report that there was a lot of ESO somewhere for like them to go mine physically. Cool.
Yep, makes sense. Cool. So yeah, you guys I imagine with these last few, while you're waiting those last couple of days to get a proper connection to send to anything more than just a basic package, you guys would probably travel over to that last planet because it seems like it kind of aligned up well for that. Yes, Wade?
Yeah. And is that long enough for me to finish the helmet?
If you don't use the probe, if you have Pat scan the planet, then yes.
Pat, you want to do one more scan?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Cool. So this is another gas. Yes, sir. This is another gas giant. You go right ahead and roll.
Lucky?
I use all my 3 lucky.
Fucky.
So 8. I'm missing a lot of information.
Indeed you are. All right.
Not happy
So
about
this
it.
planet here, this is a relatively, it's called a gas giant, but it is one of the smallest sizes that a gas giant can be to still be categorized as a gas giant. It has twin moons orbiting around it. And you can see that there's a whole bunch of big storms and whatnot that happen to be swirling through the area. While you can tell that this is not a habitable planet, the temperatures are too extreme. The storms there are too great. The air is not breathable. The gravity is too strong, etc., etc. You cannot survive here. But despite that, obviously a ship could potentially fly through it or go here. The only thing that's really worth noting, if you will, here is that this planet does have helium-3, which is a important element for the sake of actually running your sublight engines. Now, not an element that you guys can collect with your probe, but it is something that you would need for the sake of usually we'd have helium-3 refineries would collect the details. So we collect it here, and then they do all sorts of refining and so on and so forth, and they send it off to kind of make the refueling stations that are usually inside of systems. So this planet being here, the good news is there could potentially be a refueling station here in the future, and it's on the outer ring, which is great because that's better for having people having an easy place to stop by and refuel before needing to go somewhere else. What I would say is you guys have been flying around here for, I haven't done the math yet, I'll do it after the session's over, but a fuck ton of days. And so your own sublight engines are starting to get really condensed up with the amount of like heat and whatnot that's inside of it. And it's probably a good idea for you to find a planet that's naturally with helium-3, like this one here, to expel your engines into. Planets like this, or like garden worlds like Samara, are great for you to empty out kind of like the heat that's built up and more or less clean out the engines. Samara is the safer one, but it could have a negative impact on the local fauna and flora. Flora, not Florida. This one's This one's the more dangerous one because of the storms, but it is a planet you could fly into if Wade's willing to risk the biscuit.
Let's do it.
Sure.
Good luck.
All right. What's the roll?
It's going to be a disadvantage piloting check, and while you're doing so, I want somebody to roll me investigation that isn't Wade. The rest of you talk amongst yourselves who is proficient and who has what.
I'm proficient. I can't get
probably
advantage.
Messy's got good investigation.
Probably me, because, yeah, I got a 4.
What does Rena and Pat have? I said investigation. I meant perception. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, I was
okay.
like, yeah, I got a 0 investigation.
I'm
I've got a
negative.
5.
I'm a negative
Perception.
1, baby.
I can
Steve.
assist Rena.
All right.
Cool. Rena rolls advantage. Sorry, with disadvantage. Sorry, with normal because he's enhancing you. You roll normal.
With advantage, disadvantage. Just roll.
Wade, you roll disadvantage.
Let's roll normal. Damn, not a good one.
Rena, you want to luck the bucket?
I guess so. Yep. Okay.
Wade, you want to luck your 18 for the storms?
I think I'm okay.
Okay. So, good news and bad news. The good news is, what do you want first? Bad news or good news?
Bad.
Unfortunately, the storms are so great that despite how good of a pilot Graff is, he is not able to maintain easy control of the ship as it's being whipped around constantly. To the point where, unfortunately, I need somebody in chat to go ahead and roll me a D8, please. Because unfortunately, the ship is being whipped around so hard that it ends up smashing into other things that happen to be in the sky. Other fucking things in the sky doing 4 points of mega damage to your ship. That's insane. The good news is Rena, with the assistance of Frait, so Zenestthea with the assistance of Frait, are able to discover what the fuck are you smashing into on a gas world floating up here. Oh my god. They're Prothean ships afloat here. It's like a goddamn Prothean graveyard with large ships literally suspended because of the density of the planet, suspended like due to buoyancy, right? Because of how atmosphere works, due to buoyancy, floating around, tumbling around in the atmosphere, like you would find debris tumbling around in the sea. That is dangerous. Maybe potentially stuff that you can research in the future, but how the fuck are you ever going to get onto one of those things? Like, they're literally whipping around. That's the good news. You found out what you smashed into.
Oh,
What was it again? Let me mark it. What
We
was it
found
called?
Prothean ships, like a
Prothean
goddamn
ship.
graveyard.
Are they in this? Never mind. That's me.
All right. Cool. I took off the health points, I think. At least I tried to.
Oh god.
And don't forget, you did finish the helmet during that 4th day because Pat spent the 24 hours doing
Yeah,
this.
Pat, you have a helmet with 3 mod slots.
And then there's
Thank
another
you.
24 hours that you guys spent doing this where nobody was able to do anything relaxing.
Can I break down his old helmet?
No, because you were piloting and the two of them were investigating. Pat was working engineer. You guys were
But I have a helmet
trying
to
to keep the
break
ship
down.
alive. Yes, you do. You will need to, spend, I think, Oh, no. Yeah, the same day you could pull out the mod and put it into the other one. You're good.
All right.
I believe.
Well, all we have left on our to-do list is contact them to come in and then go check out the space station. Which is that next session at this point?
I think at this point it would be
Yep.
exactly that. Next session.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good show, old chaps.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
We're
I'll
done,
have
dude.
soundproofing up next week.
You aren't bothering me any. So cool. So you guys came to this new system by the name of Nelios. You were able to explore all the individual planets that happen to be here. Check out the moons. Collect raw materials of some pretty good value. All you have to do is cargo it back to civilization to, get rid of it for monies, and find. Okay. Why are you yelling at me? My headphones died, asshole. Okay. Oh, no, that should work. Hey, guys, say something. See if I can see if I can hear you. Oh, no, I have to fix this. Hold on. Audio should be. Say something. Yay, I can hear you. Let me turn up the volume though. I had meetings earlier and I forgot to charge my headphones after the meetings. So. Motherfucker. Keep talking. I'm trying to get them to hear you. Yeah, I can't get them to hear you. So we're just going to it's my headphones died on me. They usually have 8 hours, but I had meetings all day. All right, so I will just say the goodbyes for everybody as we finish out the session. The audio from the call can't come in. I can't fix it without spending more time, and it's the end of the session anyway. So everybody, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. I'm going to set up somebody to raid in a second. Don't forget to swing by. I know Pat isn't, his streaming schedule is a little bit crazy, but make sure you're watching him on Twitter and make sure you're subscribed to him on YouTube. And make sure you send all the love to Addie and Milo and to Pat. So go check out Patrick Static. Rena is messy, but that's why Messy puts up with Rena. Make sure you go check out their channel. Don't forget that they do like community watch movies together and stuff like that. So be on their Discord so you can throw popcorn at them or whatever they do. And Wade is very distractible. So it's not his fault. He wasn't nurtured enough as a child. So it just, happens to him. Cool. And my name is Daelric, but you can see me on a channel at 8 p.m. EST this upcoming Saturday, 8 p.m. EST. I'm going to be guesting on somebody else's channel. It is called Dice Legends, but I think spelled with a Z. Yes, DICELEGENZ. 8 p.m. EST. I am playing a gnomish paladin. So that will be a lot of fun. It's a super short one shot. We're talking like 3-hour session with a 10-minute break in the middle. That's like To me, I want 8-hour sessions. It's crazy, but it'll be fun. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you guys for coming by, and I'll make sure I charge my my headphones next time. Ooh, end-to-end. Let's go raid Pat Jr. Bye, everybody.